This meeting will come to order. I'd like to welcome everybody this morning to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting on the beautiful eastern plains of Colorado, specifically in Burlington, the heart of the plains. And it's a privilege for us to be out here. I hope everybody takes note of that as we're here in the beautiful state of Colorado. We have the privilege of seeing so much diversity, so many different landscapes. And for example, when we come across the Rocky Mountains, this is a totally different economy, a totally different look, totally different ecosystem, and the wildlife species are supported by that. So I hope everybody takes that into note as you're traveling over here. And this morning, to begin our meeting, Laura, shall we take roll prior to or roll after? We will go ahead and take roll call before we do our pledge. I'll call on first. Before we get to that, what I would like to do is introduce Diana Preston Giacomo as our new commission assistant. And she will be working with Laura today, I presume, but she's already been conducting the duties. And I want everybody to welcome her, and we're very happy to have her to help us. Thanks and welcome, Diana. So we'll continue with the roll.
Bailey?
Here.
Beaulieu?
Here.
Haskett?
Here.
Murphy? Otero? Phillips?
Here.
Reading? Here. Skiba? Touchton? Here. Barty?
Present.
Chair May?
Present.
All
Thank
here.
you, Laura. So we will begin our meeting this morning. We have the privilege of having the Burlington Elementary School and their principal, Mark Kasner, that will present their school motto and give us the privilege of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome to everybody, and we're so happy you came here to start your day.
Good morning, and I just want to thank Tim and Ben for the invitation to join this very formal event. And I would like to give our 3rd and 4th grade student ambassadors. This is a leadership group for our elementary school, which is preschool through 4th grade in Burlington, Colorado. And I'd like to give them a chance to introduce ourselves.
Who are we?
We are Cougars. We are caring, united, brave, and strong. We can do hard things.
Thank you, Quinn. Part of the reason that I wanted to share that is not only because our core beliefs at our school are something that we show pride to and speak to often, but I think it's important for the students to see the principles that your organization carries out your business under. And so talking to Tim, he gave me those principles, and I identified a lot of similarities between the caring, united, brave, and strong that we have in our building. I saw leadership, partnership, communication, communities, trust and accountability, and making tough decisions. So we just want to wish you luck today, because we know that the work that you do is very important. You're looking out for the resources in our state for these kids. With that, Piper is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Allie has some sign language skills, and so she'll be signing the pledge as well.
I pledge allegiance
how privileged we are to have a group of people like that come to honor us with leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you, Principal Kasner, and all of your students. Thank you for going to the effort of doing this for us. We'll now move into our agenda item number 2, which is the minutes from our previous meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve those minutes as presented or correct. Commissioner Skiba.
I move that we accept the minutes as written.
Commissioner Reading.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion passes. We will now go into any corrections to the agenda or any removal or additions, changes to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any changes? Seeing none, we'll leave the consent agenda as presented.
Excuse me, Chair May. I believe that the staff wanted to remove one item from the consent agenda.
Okay. Yes, I had a note on that. Sorry, Kate.
Yeah, no worries. Do you have it, or would you like me to read that off? It was Project 23029 for Elk Creek. If we could move that into executive session tomorrow instead.
Okay, that's been duly noted. I don't believe we need to vote on that. I think that is as presented, or do we need a vote?
Thank you.
So we will note that change to the consent agenda. Okay, that being said, we'll move into our commissioners' comments. Any commissioners that would like to address what they've been doing or any news since our last meeting, I would ask you to do so now. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. Yeah, so I have a few slides. I've been pretty busy since the last meeting, and I've been traveling around, doing a lot of butterfly work, actually. First, I was in Mongolia, and you can see from these pictures that it looks a lot like the Western United States in the fall, and quite a gorgeous place. Next slide. And as I would be remiss if I didn't show some of the bird life that occurs there. And I don't have butterfly pictures because it was too late for the butterflies, but we're working on butterfly conservation both in Indonesia and Mongolia, and we are fighting poaching, actually. For those who don't know, people poach butterflies to trade like postage stamps, and we're working on basically education system so the Mongolian population knows that people come from overseas to do this, because they don't really realize that that's happening. And then also working with law enforcement, because they also don't know what's happening. Next slide, please. I was also very lucky to go to Indonesia, which I just got back from a couple of days ago, working on these beautiful butterflies where, again, we have a problem with illegal poaching, and we're doing a lot of breeding over there of a lot of these species to restore them to the wild. While I was there, on the next slide, I got to see a lot of other wildlife, including a lot of endangered and threatened primates. The orangs are, of course, in trouble, but also the long-tailed macaques and the pig-tailed macaques are vulnerable too. So really lucky to see these guys in a looser ecosystem. Next slide. And then, of course, more birds, because I love birds and I love all wildlife, of course. And then finally, between those two trips, I was very lucky to be able to go with the division, and Lance Armstrong led us on a black-footed ferret release. And the next slide, please. And you can see that we have a picture of the Assistant Deputy Director of the Fish and Wildlife Service up in the top, Shiva Sundaresan, who actually was my postdoc and is now the Assistant Director for the Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And there's Lance Armstrong in the bottom, and then you'll recognize Commissioner Murphy there releasing a ferret. So really cool experience. For those of you who don't know, I did my PhD on black-footed ferrets and the restoration of them to the Great Plains. So it was very kind of touching to be able to go back to my roots and see these animals be reintroduced into the wild. When I was working on black-footed ferrets, there were none in the wild for my PhD, and we were working to diligently restore them. And CPW has been a leader in the state of Colorado in helping us get them back on the ground. So thanks to the division for letting me attend this really special event. And I really, really had a great time. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. I also have a PowerPoint, if you could please pull it up. So, hi everyone, I'm so excited to be here in Burlington today, and I want to thank everyone here for joining us and thank those who have made this meeting possible. Since the last commission meeting, I've just been getting outside as much as possible, more often than not with our rescue dog Nellie, who is pictured here in this photo. This is us at El Dorado Canyon. And I might add that we use the time entry system and we never felt overcrowded, so that was a great experience while we were there. We've enjoyed the fall going hiking, bird watching, wildlife viewing. We've taken lots of photographs and have just enjoyed the weather. I've also been reaching out to various CPW stakeholders and meeting with many of them, including the National Wildlife Federation, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, Bird Conservancy of the Rockies, GOCO, the International Mountain Bicycling Association, and Big City Mountaineers, to name a few. I've also sat in on a wildlife habitat roundtable meeting, and we'll be joining Colorado Counties Incorporated this month for one of their monthly check-ins with the Department of Agriculture. Next slide, please. I also attended the Colorado Wildlife and Transportation Summit in October, which aimed to share information, build partnerships, and generate ideas to improve safety for humans and animals, all while enhancing habitat connectivity. I learned so much and was so impressed by these efforts. It is just crucial to create this safe passage for people and wildlife in Colorado and beyond. So that was a great experience. Next slide, please. And not as good pictures as Commissioner Readings. I also joined in on the black-footed release in October at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge and learned about the important efforts to restore these species. Commissioner Reading already went over a lot of the important information about this release, but I so value the experiences that I've had thus far on the commission, and I look forward to 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Skiba.
Thank you, Chairman May. Could I have my PowerPoint, please, Dion? Because otherwise I'm lost. So what's Gary been up to? This is my update for this meeting here, and it's great to be here in Burlington. It's been a while since I've been out here. It's really nice to see Burlington again, so thank you. Next, please. So one of the things that I did recently was to visit the Southern Plains Land Trust, which is the property that Commissioner Touchton manages south of here. And this was a service trip that was organized by the Colorado chapter of the Wildlife Society. We had a number of society members there. Next slide, please. And we saw tarantulas, and quite a few tarantulas. It was really interesting to watch the movement of the tarantulas at that time. Next. And a few bison, like this big bull. He was a pretty impressive one, but there were the bison on the ranch are an integral part of what's going on there right now. It's interesting to watch the restoration efforts. Next, please. And one of the things we did was build what are called one-rock dams, which are low structures in some of the drainages to help retain water in those drainages. These are all ephemeral drainages, probably always were, but it does allow for some water storage and vegetative reconstruction there. Next, please. And this is my dog Raven with her first duck. This is a green-winged teal that we were lucky enough to harvest near the Purgatory ski area. So she looks a little bored, but really she was excited. Really she was. So next, please. And this is a grouse hunt also up near the Purgatory ski area. Every grouse that we took is seen in that photo, which is exactly 0. We actually didn't see any grouse, but it was still a good time with a good friend. Next, please. And this is on the table in front of the commissioners and a few other individuals here. And this is a book called Wild New World by Dan Flores. And I feel like every person that's interested in wildlife policy and wildlife management in this country should read this book. It's a description about the impacts that humans have had on our wildlife actually over several centuries. It goes all the way back to the Fremont and Clovis cultures. When, in theory, there was an impact on the large megafauna like the elephants and the ground sloths and those animals, which disappeared around that time. But we also all know once Europeans got here, we had a much more obvious and an effect that we know more about, like the loss of the passenger pigeons, the loss of the bison as a free-ranging animal, the loss of wolves over most of the country, the loss of the ivory-billed woodpecker. Anyway, the book's fascinating, and he's an excellent writer, and if nothing else, you'll enjoy the read, and I hope everybody will read it. And I want to thank the Maria's Bookshop, which is a Durango-based independent bookshop and one of the best bookshops in the world, in my opinion, and them and the publisher who both donated to allow me to bring these books to the commission, and also especially my friend Clint McKnight, who works at Maria's Bookshop, who helped facilitate getting this done. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Skiba. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. It's good to see everyone here on the plains and in Burlington. It's been a while since we've been to the plains. It seems like a really long time since we last met, and this is my busy season as most of the wildlife staff in this agency. I went to the GOCO meeting in Grand Junction. We went to Las Colonias Park. It's a really neat place. It was a uranium field turned into a park, and they have a lot of, they've done a lot of river work there. They have places in the spring for, I don't know what they call it, the kayaks and people to go through. One of the things I want to say is this year we've had a lot of deaths on the river and in the water boating. They have a little stand there that someone built, and they give out free life jackets. And I want to say thanks to all the people who made that possible. I think it's a great idea, and it should be everywhere. I also went to a Colorado Bowhunters Association board meeting, had some really good talks there about upcoming issues. Did 2 herd management plan meetings, one in Meeker and one in Hayden, about the upcoming Northwest elk management plan. We did the first meeting of the Draw Working Group, and that was really good to get everybody together. We're making some progress. It was really neat to see all the different ideas come together and come down to one idea. And then I also participated in a game check station in the Northwest, and it's always neat to see all the staff come together and all the hunters come through. I want to say it was a sad day for Colorado when ballot initiative 91 was filed. I look at this as another way to divide the citizens of Colorado, take away science-based management and the citizens' right to hunt. CPW has an amazing staff with an incredible number of employees with PhDs, masters, and biologists. While they may not all agree on a certain subject, they all believe in the CPW mission, science, and data. I'm not in favor of Initiative 91. It is misleading. Mountain lions and bobcat hunting is highly regulated. By law, Colorado state statute defines mountain lions as big game. It further states that it's unlawful for a person to fail to reasonably attempt to dress or care for and provide for human consumption the edible portions of game wildlife. That is also addressed in CPW regulations and in the mountain lion brochure. Mountain lion hunters are required to take a special course. I recently took the course, and it provides you with a lot of information, pictures, and the suggestion to not take female lions. By law, you cannot take a female with kittens or a kitten. Mountain lion hunters must check daily to see if the available quota has been met, and if it has been met, the season is over. If they do harvest, they are required to contact CPW within 48 hours and bring in their harvest within 5 days. Information is taken from each species, and that data is used for science-based management. I urge all of you to take the course. It provided valuable information to me. In 1965, mountain lions were designated as a big game species in Colorado. Mountain lions are now afforded the protections given to other Colorado wildlife, with other protections to meet the particular needs of mountain lions. In those days, the population was under 500. Now it is close to 5,000. Bobcats are also the most managed species that CPW has, with over 50 years of data. Lynx are a species that CPW introduced and were paid for by sportsmen's dollars. They are a federally protected species, not huntable and not big game. I was pleased to see the title board remove the word trophy. Trophy can mean one thing to you and another to me. It is all in the eyes of the beholder. Personally, in over 40 years of outfitting, I have never had a trophy hunter. Wildlife should not be political and not managed by emotions. Hunting is a renewable resource when backed by science-based management. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman May. Well, first off, I don't have any pictures. I'm always intimidated by after Dr. Reading puts his pictures up. And Gary's getting pretty good at it too. But I wanted to say some thank yous. First off, I wanted to thank Gary for coming to that One Rock Dam building event that we had at Southern Plains Land Trust. I think he drove the farthest. I think he might have also been the oldest guy picking up rocks. But what I really wanted to say was it was really refreshing. Most of the volunteers were freshmen in college. And I can't really remember what I was doing as a freshman in college, but I know I wasn't volunteering. And so it was really heartwarming to see these young people who gave up a weekend to volunteer to do some restoration work. Gary tried to tempt them by leaving his box of wine out all night long by the campfire, and these kids didn't even touch it. So our youth are doing all right. They're a lot better than I was as a youth, because there's no way that box of wine would have been there in the morning if I was around. I also wanted to thank Kevin Mahan. He's one of the law enforcement people where I live in the Lamar office, and he helped us identify and I think he wrote them tickets for trespassing some people who were poaching prairie dogs on our black-footed ferret release site, which is about as destructive of a positive effort as I can think of, really. But he was able to find these people with just a photograph. It was really impressive to see how well he knew his district and who might be a problem for wildlife. I was also at the Wildlife Quarters thing with Jess, Director Davis, and Dan, whatever his title is. You guys, they both spoke, which was really nice to see high-level support for wildlife corridors. As Jess said, everyone from people who love wildlife to the insurance industry likes these, and the insurance industry is not known for their bleeding hearts. These things make great financial sense, and they're truly, I think we should figure out how to put more money into them. And then lastly, I've been on quite a lot of GOCO field trips to see how they're going to try to spend some of their centennial funds. They've got some really exciting projects. I'll maybe when GOCO gives us an update, they'll talk about them then. But the one thing I just wanted to throw out there is some of these GOCO projects, I was surprised that CPW wasn't also at the events, because some of them seemed like a natural for us to also participate in as an agency, like purchasing land next to Castlewood Canyon State Park. I mean, we should be there for that effort. Or trails up some of the 14ers where they need to be rerouted to go around plants that are on the swap species list or to protect bighorn sheep herd. And so I'm looking for ways to bring us closer into partnership with GOCO so we can jointly fund some of these really cool things. Or maybe it's just that I'm on the GOCO field trip list and CPW has a field trip list that remains secret from me. I'm not sure, but they're up to some cool things. And I wanted to thank Gary for distributing that book. I encourage you all to read it. The author's a friend. He's also in the Ken Burns documentary on bison that's currently out there if you want to see him in person, but really interesting stuff. So thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Otero.
Good seeing everybody this morning. A lot has happened since our last meeting, but to summarize, just wanted to highlight, as it's very busy for our staff, and on the opposite side of being a hunter, it's been fantastic to be able to get out there again, and especially going out there with my nephew and his friends, many of them going hunting for the first time, and still hearing from them some of the barriers as far as costs associated to get out on the landscape. I mean, I think it just points to a lot of eagerness from younger folks, but also for older folks too, hearing people I've been hunting with many years and some of the challenges they're having to get out there. But it was nice to get out on the landscape and just spend some time out in nature. Wanted to also thank Commissioner Haskett for inviting me to the GOCO board meeting that I briefly joined, brought my daughters along, and it was good to see everyone, Commissioner Touchton as well. Wanted to highlight and encourage folks to apply for the openings that are currently for the Outdoor Equity Grant Program Board. There are 4 openings, and they're looking for a member that is personally impacted or with experience from racial justice issues, a member with experience working on conservation issues, and then 2 youth seats, age 25 or younger. It's really unique to have these types of board seats available, especially the youth seats, but this fund goes out and impacts communities, particularly youth around our state. It's been very successful, and really proud that is underneath CPW and the support that it does get. The deadline for that is December 11th, and if you'd like more information, I encourage you to visit the CPW website and search that up, Colorado Outdoor Equity Grant Program. And outside of other meetings with different working groups, it's been good to connect with staff on a number of issues, and just wanted to say that thank you again for folks always being open and supportive.
Thank you, Commissioner Otero. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May. And thanks. Happy to be back on the Eastern Plains and here with everyone again. I do want to second, spread the word about the Outdoor Equity Grant seats. It is a great opportunity, and I distinctly remember chatting with some of the former youth reps on the board and just noting the incredible positive impact serving on it has been. So encourage people to apply. I'll mostly just touch on a few of the ways. Increasingly, I'm lucky enough to have the research that I do intersect with the work that CPW does. So I want to start by thanking and acknowledging the work happening in the Northwest around bison, and Travis Black and all of the folks up there who have been bringing a working group together to think about what our options are for managing over in that region. And I've been lucky enough to have a graduate student who's been sitting in and is hoping to provide some research, policy, and ecological support around those efforts. So I've been grateful for that. I also have a graduate student who's really interested in water quality, algal blooms, harmful, and eutrophication, and so has been working with Ashley Rust, who's a CPW employee and who knows all about water, and has been learning a lot about, or helping my student learn a lot about CPW's efforts around safe and healthy water and water-based recreation, and so excited to be involved in that. And then last, our ongoing work around the experiences, culture, sense of belonging and connection for employees at state fish and wildlife agencies, and the work we're doing to try to support the goals of maintaining equity and inclusion within state fish and wildlife agencies for a growing workforce. We have some results that we'll be sharing at an upcoming AFWA organized workshop with fish and wildlife leadership across this country. So really excited to see CPW's engagement with that moving forward as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Do we have anything, Commissioners Vardy or Phillips? I'd say no other commissioners. We'll move on to, Commissioner Vardy, I see you there. Do you have anything to add?
Not at this time, Commissioner. Thank you for asking.
Okay, we'll move on. I guess our next item is comments from the chair. And in the interest of time, I will just refer you to the written material in your packages on comments of the chair, because I do have something, and believe it or not, it's about black-footed ferrets. So I'll add on to that, but I'd like to ask Diane if I can maybe have my slides come up. As most of you know, well, one thing I'd like to note before we start is April Estep is here today, and as I began the work to try to get eligible for black-footed ferret reintroduction, April was one of the first people I dealt with. Well, actually, as we started trying to map and see if we were going to be eligible, she was at our ranch, and we had a lot of stops and starts because COVID took over. So believe it or not, we couldn't even have people come to the ranch to try to do surveys or mapping. But I want to thank April because she was pivotal in getting this effort started. So what I'd like to say is, most of you know I'm always ready to point out the beauty and importance of the Eastern Plains. For too long, the general perception was that the Eastern Plains lacked anything of importance and were mostly only appreciated by the people who lived on and depended on this country. In the last few years, all of that has changed. Suddenly, there's a deep appreciation for the high plains, and especially the grasslands that still remain. The degree of biodiversity is astounding. Most people, I don't think, fully realize the amount of hard work and extraordinary effort that the people who make up Cara Parks and Wildlife devote to protecting and enhancing this biosystem, this ecosystem. Because of the fascinating effort of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and their black-footed recovery program, the species has had a chance to come back from the brink of extinction. Twice they were thought to be extinct. In cooperation with the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is going above and beyond in making sure that these protections, that all these other species thrive. And I would ask to change the slide. These ferrets were just released on our place 2 weeks ago. And next slide, please. It's not just the fact that we have a system that is benefiting the ferrets, because that's just a side note. This is a kid fox. Next slide. Burrowing owls. There are so many species that are dependent on this ecosystem, and it has to start from the preservation of this and the protection of this. And the black-footed ferret program and the success of that program is solely dependent on one thing, and that is that we keep the prairie dog ecosystem in place. Sylvatic plague is the thing that will destroy this all. It's caused so many failures and has brought us to the point we are. But we're going to show a video that describes the efforts that have been made to try to control this. And I think maybe we've turned the corner. But what I'd like to say, besides these groups, the Cara Cattlemen's Association was pivotal in making sure that protections were in place for landowners that did not restrict the use of their land through safe harbor agreements. In 2023, as always, there was a very limited number of black-footed ferret kits to be released into the wild. There were 8 total locations approved to receive these priceless kits across the U.S. 5 of those are in Colorado. 4 of the 5 are in southeast Colorado. 170 ferret kits were available to be reintroduced into the wild. Of those 170 ferret kits, 95 of them were in southeast Colorado. So that's the importance of when many people drive across here and think this is a barren landscape that doesn't hold much value. Quite the opposite is true. And now you could, Diane, would like to play this video, which is actually produced in 2018 by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Diana. And I would point out, you probably noticed, that was simply a camera set up on an unbaited burrow. That was nothing done to draw anything in. That's what happens constantly in the system that all of us are in today. So with that, that's my presentation. And we'll go on to, I believe, our next is the natural resources update from, I presume, Executive Director, Deputy Director Mock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. Certainly appreciate Burlington and the Community Center for their hospitality the next couple of days. Director Gibbs sends his regards. He is spending the last 2 days at a CWCB board meeting. I want to take a second here. If you haven't met Stacy Coleman, DNR's tribal liaison, is in attendance here at the meeting today, so please feel free to introduce yourself. I think she's going to be here for the next 2 days or so, or a day and a half, and appreciate Stacy. She coordinates the outreach to the tribes for DNR and has been doing an outstanding job, also assists with the naming advisory board. So we really appreciate Stacy's hard work, and for Parks and Wildlife opening their doors to working with her. I'll just jump in here to some DNR staffing updates, and Director Davis, I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off here. We are excited to announce that Angela Bogue, our former Assistant Director for Climate and Forest Health, has accepted the Climate Resiliency Coordinator position at CPW. She'll be working with CPW's outstanding scientists, policy folks, and our partners to see around the corner and help us to shift where we need to in order to better protect and perpetuate natural resources and our CPW infrastructure. She'll be utilizing her science and policy expertise to help develop, shape, and influence public policies around climate resilience and conservation of biodiversity, as well as serving on state committees, crafting and updating climate resiliency plans for Colorado, and ensuring that Colorado Parks and Wildlife have a seat at that table. If you've not had a chance to work with Angela, she is exceptional, and I'm certain that you will agree, and really look forward to her work here at Parks and Wildlife. We've also posted a federal policy position working with our divisions on federal land management and federal affairs issues, specifically to help coordinate and track our comments on federal planning processes as a department. The application deadline is November 20th, so let me know if you've got somebody that might be interested in the position, and we'll be sure to get them that job announcement. DNR also just announced the addition of Michael Elizabeth Sakis to our team as a Colorado River Communications Specialist, who will be a key component of that Colorado River team. If you don't know Michael, she comes with more than 10 years experience as a journalist in Colorado, most recently working for Colorado Public Radio as a climate and environmental journalist. She did some great in-depth reporting on water resources throughout the state, and we've really appreciated her thorough research and skills at communicating. And so look forward to her coming on board. Also, I think everybody might be familiar that Kevin Ryan, our state engineer and the director of the Division of Water Resources, has announced his retirement effective January 1st. He joined DWR in 1998, and for the past 6 years plus has served as the director. And so we really appreciate his many years of public service and water administration. We will begin that process looking for a new state engineer in the beginning of 2024. In this case, the governor appoints the position of state engineer and DWR director. Our executive director will also be assisting in that process. And then after 30 years at the state, Director Ginny Brannon of the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety has retired. We posted that position, and it has recently closed, and are working through the applications right now and hope to have a new DRMS director on board sometime around the first of the year. Mr. Chair, for the sake of time, I'm going to skip over the budget items. I think most everyone probably received an email when the governor's budget was released on or around November 1st. If not, or if there's any questions, I'm happy to go back to this, but I do want to spend some time on the legislative agenda here for the department. First up, we've got a cleanup bill for the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. The bill would add to ECMC's statutory authority to continue Colorado's leadership in regulating energy development. It would create a protective regulatory regime for carbon capture and sequestration, addressing pore space ownership and unitization, and expanding the Commission's authority to include direct air capture projects. And then as well as direct some additional continued implementation of Senate Bill 181. For Colorado Parks and Wildlife, we've got a couple of bills here this year. One, and Director Davis, if you want to go into any further details, feel free, but we've got a bill that will be asking the state legislature for authority to reintroduce wolverines, and it will kind of pave the way for us to pursue a wolverine reintroduction to the Colorado landscape. Reintroduction of the species to Colorado's high elevation and rugged terrain will assist in nationwide conservation efforts for the species. We also have a CPW technical cleanup bill. Address several things here. One is Keep Colorado Wild revenues uses and clarify that the Keep Colorado Wild revenues can be used for capital construction on parks. We've also got some, we'll be modifying low and income senior eligibility requirements to make them consistent across CPW products. Include some disability ratings, qualifications, update disability ratings so that the Independence Park Pass and the VA Fishing Combo License products match at 50% or greater. Administrative law judges, this would allow Parks and Wildlife Commission to use a staff hearing officer for river outfitter cases as they do for hunting and fishing cases instead of an administrative law judge. And then we would seek authority or grant the Parks and Wildlife Commission the authority to create a small game harvest permit to better assess the annual harvest of greater sage grouse, Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, and white-tailed ptarmigan. We're also looking at seeking statutory authority for Parks and Wildlife over invertebrate and rare plants. This would include extending the statutory authority to include invertebrates and rare plants, mirroring the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service purview over these taxonomic groups, and will position Colorado, or continue to position Colorado Parks and Wildlife as a leader in biodiversity and comprehensive wildlife management. And then we've got our annual water projects bill and the annual species conservation trust bills that will run as well. A little bit of other news here. Last month, Governor Polis appointed Becky Mitchell, the state of Colorado's commissioner on the Upper Colorado River Commission, as Director of Compact Negotiations of the Interbasin Compact Committee. Her appointment to chair the committee will strengthen and integrate water policy discussions happening across the state, Colorado River Basin, and the American West at the IBCC. And she'll have a direct line to provide updates and get input from the Basin Roundtables and the IBCC, and will continue to engage the CWCB through bi-monthly director reports and Colorado River updates. And then DNR has continued to work across all of our divisions and programs to strengthen and support our relationships and partners with tribes. This past October, we had a leadership summit with the Southern Ute Indian Tribe and DNR and further support the government-to-government relationship in various areas of importance. The entire tribal council and certain tribal staff, along with DNR leadership and staff representing our divisions. We really appreciate Colorado Parks and Wildlife participating in that meeting. We all found that to be very successful and intend to continue to include these in the future. I think we're looking at a similar meeting with the Ute Mountain Ute this coming spring. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks, Mr. Chair, and if there's any questions, happy to give them a shot.
Thank you, Deputy Director Mock. Do any commissioners have questions? I see Commissioner Skiba.
Thank you, Chairman May. Mr. Mock, there were a couple of things there that you went through. You gave us a lot of information really quickly, which I appreciate, but you went through a couple of things very quickly that I'm interested in deeply, which are the issue with grouse species and the issue with expansion of the mandate. And could you just elaborate on those two a little bit?
I'm sorry if you could just repeat that a little bit louder.
Sorry. There were two things. One was you addressed the grouse species. You talked about ptarmigan and greater sage grouse and sharp-tails, and then also the expansion of the CPW mandate and into plants and other species. Could you just elaborate on those a little bit for me? Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Commissioner. Thanks for the question. So this, the CPW technical cleanup bill is what I mentioned, and one of the components in there, and I think Parks and Wildlife and staff might be better able to address this. Brian Dreher here. Basically, it would grant the Parks and Wildlife Commission the authority to create a small game harvest permit to better assess the annual harvest of those species. This was actually, I think there's a conversation last February perhaps around this, but we didn't have the statutory authority to actually take that on, and maybe Mr. Dreher can help me out here.
Good morning, commissioners, directors, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. So thanks for the interest in grouse harvest. So last January, we actually presented an issue paper before the commission that was actually adopted and approved to move forward to create permits for the harvest of ptarmigan, sage grouse, and Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. It was through the process of getting that to the finish line that we figured out that we didn't have the statutory authority to create even nominal permits. And so this cleanup that's being proposed essentially allows and gives the commission the ability to create these permits. And the goal of creation of the permits is really so that we can better identify the hunters that are actually partaking in those harvest activities. And therefore, it's going to help us, like it has done on the fur bearer side of things, really give us a lot more precise estimates of those harvests. And so that's the intention. So.
Great. And then to your other question, providing, and this would be a standalone bill, statutory authority to Parks and Wildlife over invertebrate and rare plant species. That is not currently provided, and I do believe that there are several states, or maybe about half the states, that actually have statutory authority over invertebrate species. So it expands our ability to begin building up invertebrate and rare plant species programming above and beyond what we're doing now.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to follow up, Tim and Brian, on the grouse permits, that's probably not the last time we'll want to use that strategy to have a small permit so we can better track the harvest of declining and sensitive species. So I'm wondering, is this fix global or is it specific to those three species, and whether we should consider a global fix that lets us do that?
Yeah, thanks again for the question. Again, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. So the way we're looking at this is more holistically, not just tied to those species. It essentially would look to grant the commission authority to create these types of permits as they're needed.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair May. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you guys for putting invertebrates. As you know, it's near and dear to my heart that invertebrates are in fact animals and wildlife, and we should recognize them as such. And I, for one, am very supportive of that initiative, and would do anything I could to support you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. And actually, you just reminded me that we actually have our pollinator study that will be released by the end of year. Really appreciate Colorado Parks and Wildlife and their staff for contributing to that report. We are in the throes of preparing that for publication here, so hope to have a copy, and that'll be out by, I believe, your next meeting.
Thank you. Any other questions for Deputy Director Mock? I see none, so I say we move on to the Department of Agriculture update. And I think we have Commissioner of Agriculture, Kate Greenberg, online. So welcome, Kate.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman May, it's great to be with you all, and thank you for accommodating, again, the remote option. I'm here, I'm on the Front Range, but it's a number of water meetings happening this week. So I am here with the Water Conservation Board, and there's the Colorado River Drought Task Force meeting happening later today. So lots going on in the world of water. I first want to say a few thanks. First to the Parks and Wildlife Tech team. I hear I got the award for the latest submitted PowerPoint. So I appreciate you all accommodating my inherent procrastination, though I bet I could beat my record. So we'll have to see how I do down the road. I also want to say thank you to Commissioner Reading. One of my divisions, our plants division, held a retreat at the Butterfly Pavilion a few weeks ago and just had wonderful hospitality and a really lovely setting to reflect on their work and team building together. So thank you again for hosting. And as always, my appreciation to Wayne for being there in my stead and representing CDA for the length of the meeting. So Wayne, thank you so much. If you all wouldn't mind pulling up the PowerPoint. I've just got a few slides here today, but I do want to give some updates on the operational front before I jump into talking about our budget and legislative proposals for this next session. At CDA, there's a lot of things in the works, a lot of moving pieces. We are growing our agency across all divisions. Essentially, my thinking over the past few years, and certainly moving into this next year and next session, is to do everything we can to right-size our agency and to make sure we are relevant for the needs in our ag communities for the 21st century. So what you'll see as I go through our budget and legislative proposals, I hope you see our ambition there, but also the ways in which our team and myself have been listening to folks in the field as we travel around the state. So on the hiring front, we've got a number of new and previous positions that we're hiring for. We are in the final stages of hiring for our first ever ag water advisor. So I very much look forward to whoever's in that role being introduced to you all down the road. We are also in the process of hiring for our head of marketing division and our brands division. So those are two director level positions that have seen retirements this year. So those will be two big folks coming in to fill those shoes. We are going to be posting over the winter for a couple of more positions that y'all might be interested in. We have two climate marketing positions that we'll be posting for here soon. So that's really folks who are experts in marketing who can take our the climate and soil work that we're building and help open up new markets, both here at home and around the world. And then lastly, on the hiring front, you might remember about a year ago, I posted for two of these new positions called regional assistant commissioners. So very part-time positions built for working farmers and ranchers. And we have two amazing people in those roles. Joe Stanko, who I know many of you know from Routt County, is our Northwest Regional Assistant Commissioner. And George Witten, also a rancher down in Saguache, is our second Regional Assistant Commissioner. So I'll be posting for two more over the winter. We'll want to take advantage of the quieter season in ag to open up those roles, given they're very specifically built for working farmers and ranchers. So that's a bit of a cross-section internally, but I want to jump into our budget as that is a big ticket item for us. The slide that you see on the screen is a very basic breakdown of how CDA's budget currently works and how it's worked for a long time. We are predominantly cash funded. about 2/3, that about 28% general fund. The rest is reappropriated and federal. Although I should say on the federal fund side, we're actually at about 40 million in grants that we have been successful in applying for and receiving just over the last year or so. So that's a really exciting effort, and those federal monies are going to help us expand our investment in our Star Soil Health Program across the Intermountain West. We have $4 million going into local and regional processing through the Resilient Food System Infrastructure Grant, and another $4 million in America the Beautiful grant. So those are going to be dozens of partnerships working on restoration and conservation across the state. What I want to point your attention to is in bold, you'll see our total requested funds for this coming year. It equals a 20% increase over our current budget, and we're climbing our FTE as well. So when I mentioned earlier about working to right size the agency, this is that effort. Ag is obviously one of our biggest economic drivers in the state. It's part of the thread of all of our communities, urban and rural, and we're going through massive changes. So we want CDA to be able to be a partner, walking alongside our ag communities as we work through these changes. Next slide, please. So I've got 2 budget decision item slides because we have, I believe, 11 decision items this year. I'll work through these really fast for the sake of time, but happy to answer any questions as we go on. And you'll see they are in the order of priority because we have to prioritize for our budget submission. So number 1, agricultural emergency management resilience. Last year, we were able to hire our first ever Ag Emergency Coordinator, Dan Frazen, who's done a phenomenal job building our response capacity. We're asking for 3 more people to be based in the field around the state to help support our ag communities in the whole cycle of emergency response. So that includes preparation and mitigation. It includes the discrete response to the event, and then the recovery period, which we don't have capacity for now. But we are constantly engaged in disaster response, whether it's tornadoes, hailstorms, wildfire, flood, foreign animal disease, biosecurity, you name it, ag is going to be involved. So that's number 1 priority for us. Number 2, you all might be interested in as well. We are proposing to create a new division within CDA, Division of Animal Welfare. We are not asking for new statutory authority. It's really an administrative repackaging so that we move our 2 animal welfare programs, PACFA program and Bureau of Animal Protection, under one umbrella. We're able to hire a division director, administrative support, and again, 2 regional outreach and education leads, really focusing on outreach, education, and prevention of animal neglect and abuse, which is one of our most critical charges under statute. This would also free up our state veterinarian, Dr. Baldwin, to build the emergency management program and really focus on foreign animal disease mitigation and prevention. So that's number 2. Moving down the line, renewable energy adaptation and development. We are asking for close to $1 million and a couple of staff to help really expand our agricultural drought and climate resilience office, which includes our Acre 3 arm that allows farmers and ranchers to make investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency. This is everything from micro hydro and irrigation systems to agrivoltaics, which we actually have $500,000 going into agrivoltaic research this year. You name it, wind, solar, and innovations beyond that. We'll also be looking at broader resilience investments as well. Our 4 operational increases, this is about $200,000 for both our conservation board, which oversees and supports our 74 conservation districts around the state, as well as for our Colorado Proud program and our international marketing program. So those are not cash funded, so they need a greater support from the legislature. And then R5 and R6 are really focused on making sure our staff have what they need to be successful, that we have the appropriate spending authority for our cash funds, and the indirect cost assessment, which is kind of cut off there, is to make sure we can take in what we need from our federal funds to operate our central business ops for all of the other divisions. Next slide, please. So you'll see R7, and hopefully you're seeing a theme based on what we've been building the last 4 years as well. Next Gen and Ag Leadership Program, we're asking for close to $500,000 to support these 2 programs. The Ag Leadership Program is a scholarship program we launched last year to help organizations that serve young and beginning farmers or just young people interested in agriculture find a way into a leadership role, leadership training, or education. We also operate the Ag Workforce Development Program, which is a paid apprenticeship program for young or aspiring farmers and ranchers to get time in the field up to a full year of work on a farm or ranch. And then overhead is also partially covered by this grant for the owner. R8, Rural Mental and Behavioral Health. This has been an initiative of CDA's for quite some time and something we feel incredibly committed to. So this is a request for one-time spending to continue our local and regional partnerships with community organizations that are advancing mental health work in rural Colorado and ag communities. After that 1 year period, our hope and proposal and effort would be to move this work under the Behavioral Health Authority and then continue to work with that new agency to expand the work that we've done over the last 6-7 years. R9, Workforce Services. There's a lot changing on the labor front for agriculture. Colorado has new labor regulations for ag that are really starting to come into effect this year. We have a need for workers in agriculture, and we have a need to connect workers with resources. So this request would put numerous people, again, out in the field. We're really trying to be as field-based as possible, but to help both ag employers and ag workers find the resources they need to do business, to find employment, to understand their rights and the services available to them, and hopefully start filling some of the gaps we see. R10 is an internal technology request. And then R11 is a request for a hemp center of excellence. We've put this forward before, but we're trying again this year and really focusing on the marijuana tax cash fund as the funding mechanism. And this is because there is, under the cash fund provision, the ability to put money into hemp research specifically. So we want to take advantage of that opportunity and see if we can't help get hemp, especially around fiber, around processing, alternative markets, back on the scene here in Colorado. Next slide, please. And then controlled maintenance. I can't go without mentioning the state fair. We have 100 acres of, and quite a lot of historical buildings down in Pueblo. So every year we do what we can to keep investing in those grounds and in our programming down there. So that's why you see here with our controlled maintenance request. Next slide, please. These are 6 legislative proposals that we have for next year. And again, this list will not do justice to the work that's going on right now and for the next many months, especially leading up to legislative session on these ideas. The first 3, we're looking at these 3 tax credits. The first one is a sustainable ag practices tax credit. We see this as another incentive-based lever to help expand our Star Soil Health program and really, again, incentivize all the fantastic stewardship work going on in ag. And that ties in with the work we're doing on marketing to really open up new markets for our producers advancing stewardship in Colorado. The second proposal is a next-gen ag lease refundable tax credit. We have something like this on the books, but it's never been utilized. And I think it's because it's been a tax deduction with a really low cap. We want to change it to a tax credit and incentivize the transition of land, whether through leasing or potentially through sale, from one family to the next generation of beginning farmers and ranchers. The third one, we know you producers around the state are challenged with a veterinarian shortage. So we're also looking at a tax credit lever to incentivize rural large animal, food animal veterinarian practices and try and get some of these gaps filled. Number 4, equine welfare licensure grant program. We've seen this as sort of one of our gaps as we're looking at our animal welfare universe, and where we want to do more work is really working with public-facing, non-agriculture welfare, equine organizations, and making sure that, as we've done with our pet care facilities, we're looking at education, licensing, making sure that there's accountability in the structure, but that we've also got just good working relationships with that community. We've also seen that a lot of the animal welfare issues that do come through our door are when people fall on hard times and can no longer take care of the animals that they love. So this request actually has an emergency feed program included in it where we might be able to help bridge that gap. Number 5, gender neutral statute updates. If you read Title 35, just like a lot of other titles in our statutes, they refer to he, him across the board. And as you all can tell, we don't have a man in the commissioner role right now. We have the first female state veterinarian. So we figured it was time just to remove gender references and refer to everybody with their title. So we'll be looking at that this session. Lastly, Wild Horse Authority Extension. Another shout out to Wayne for leading the effort on this new program for CDA. It's been a very big lift on a very challenging issue. We have dollars to spend, but we need more time to spend them. So our request for extension is really to make sure we do a good job helping tackle the wild horse challenges the state faces in a fair and welfare-centric way. So we've got an amazing task force that's advising us on how to do this, that Wayne is leading. So a lot more work ahead, but a lot of really good work has been done as we at CDA kind of figure out how we help move this forward. So that is it on what we're putting forward. Of course, there'll be plenty more that we'll be responding to. And then I think my last couple slides, I'll breeze through if you don't mind going to the next slide. Just to switch gears, I've had the chance to go on a couple of trade missions around the globe in the last couple of months. In September, I joined the USDA on a trade mission to Chile, really carrying the torch for both Colorado ag and American ag, with about a couple dozen exporters, American companies, and then a lot of government to government meetings down there in Chile. Really interesting place to visit from an ag perspective. Chile imports all of their livestock feed. They're really growing on the consumer facing products. So value added products are big: wine, beer, spirits, dairy, all of these things that sort of reflect the diversity of Colorado ag are products and commodities that Chile and Chilean consumers are more and more interested in. So a lot of interesting conversations there, including around climate. Chile actually has a nationwide all sector requirement to be carbon neutral by 2050. So we're also exploring, again, on the climate marketing side, how can we capitalize on Colorado's leadership in a global marketplace. Next slide, please. And this is the second international trip I was able to do just last month. It was actually a CDA hosted trade mission to the United Kingdom. You might see some familiar faces here. My Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs, Jordan Beasley, helped lead this delegation along with our international markets team, John and Ashley. We were very pleased to have Representative Karen McCormick, Chair of House Ag Committee, and Representative Mark Catlin, the Vice Chair of House Ag, join us on this mission. We had Farm Bureau leadership with James Henderson and Ashley House, and CSU leadership with CJ Mucklow and Jordan Kraft Lambert. Cindy Lair from my team, who runs the Star Soil Health Program, our Deputy Conservation Director and Head of Climate Resilience, was with us as well. So we're actually working on a strategic partnership with the UK that the governor announced back in May. So we're again looking at how can Colorado put ourselves ahead of the curve when it comes to doing business abroad. And again, what we're hearing from the UK is it's our climate resilience efforts here, our innovation, our commitment to entrepreneurship, and the sort of the ways in which we're advancing research in all those regards that are of most interest to the UK in doing business with us. I think my last slide is next. And I just want to close on this really lovely scene from the Broomfield office. I got back from the UK, and one of our team members sent along this photo of this family of bobcats hanging out between our labs and our main building in Broomfield. So it's just nice to be reminded that even though we're in a suburban development, we still get a lot of wildlife, and we're still kind of wild out there. So that's it for me. I'm looking forward to winter conference season. I'll be joining Farmers Union as well as the Women in Ag Conference in Greeley tomorrow, and a lot more conferences to come in the weeks ahead. Hopefully see many of you out there in the world. So I will pause there. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any from the group.
Thank you, Commissioner Greenberg. Do we have any commissioner with questions? Commissioner Beaulieu.
Thank you, Chair May, and thank you for the presentation, Commissioner Greenberg. I was just curious with respect to the funding for R8, the Rural Mental and Behavioral Health Programs. Can you repeat who CDA is partnering with on that?
Absolutely. So right now, the way we've structured our rural mental health program is to essentially sub-grant to local community organizations that have the most direct and trusted relationships in their communities. So we have about a half a dozen partners around the state in all corners of the state that are working with us on this. The organization I mentioned, the Behavioral Health Authority, or the BHA, is one of the state's newest agencies, and they're really trying to sort of be the umbrella agency over all of the state's mental health initiatives. So after this 1-year request, if we're successful, we would hope to then, make permanent our rural mental health initiative and any future staffing within the BHA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaulieu. Any other commissioner questions? Commissioner Greenberg, I'd probably have one. I wondered, do you have any updates, or maybe Wayne, on the avian influenza, where we are compared to where we were a year ago with that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman May, for that question. We responded to High Path AI for about a year and a half straight, and that was all hands on deck. That was the entire animal health division, of course, led by Dr. Baldwin and Dr. McCarty, our assistant state veterinarian. We went through that year and a half or so, very tough year on our team, on USDA, but of course on producers and workers. We had a bit of a break over the summer, which was welcome and cherished. But unfortunately, we're seeing an uptick again. And it kind of started, with some surrounding states. It started with Canada. We started seeing it kind of move in. And so we have just responded to our first positive case in the last couple of weeks of this season. Luckily, this one was small, but we are gearing up in the event of another outbreak. I should mention too that Dr. Baldwin has done a lot of important work on our response structure and how do we support our small but mighty team in a prolonged response, and doing what we can to prevent burnout. So that again goes to the urgency of our emergency development within CDA, but how much it matters to have a team that's equipped to handle longstanding crisis response.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I think we have no more questions. I appreciate the report from you, and we'll move now to our director report.
Thanks, Chair May. I feel like completely inadequate whenever this period of time comes up, because the task is trying to describe enough of the complexity, diversity, and quality of the work that CPW does with our partners. So today, I apologize up front that I'm not going to be able to capture all the amazing people and the amazing work that we do with our partners. But I do have a few things that it's important, I think, to highlight. Maybe I should start with thanking you, Chair May, for your comments and your sharing of the video, but maybe even more importantly, just to speak a little bit to your character and who you represent in private land ownership, and all of the efforts that you and other private landowners have gone through to contribute to the recovery of some of our state and federally listed species, and the respect and knowledge that you have about how these ecosystems all are intricate, and all of the parts of them are important in order for biodiversity to thrive, but also for Coloradans and the visitors to Colorado to be able to enjoy the health of those ecosystems and the wildlife and people that benefit from them. So thank you for that, and thanks to all the private landowners out there for all that you do for wildlife conservation, stewardship, and outdoor recreation. Maybe while I said outdoor recreation, I also want to mention that we all talk about meetings we went to. I've had the privilege and honor to go to Staunton State Park last weekend, and I felt a little bit like the undercover boss, which was super cool, but I couldn't hand out $5 million to all of the amazing employees at the park because I'm a public servant. But what an amazing property, phenomenal facilities, and tried to talk to as many of our employees out there as possible, and every single one of them was so kind and professional. There was even an example where we were doing some trail work with some small equipment, and the employee running the equipment saw us coming down the trail, turned it off, and said, "You don't need to hear my equipment when you're out trying to have a hike in nature." So I can't say enough. Every park I go to has great people there that take their professionalism in public service to a whole new level, and I think we should all be very proud of our parks and our staff that staff those parks. Maybe next, I would like to talk about another success story. So just earlier this week, there was a pretty significant effort to place our 2023 officers into positions. My understanding, and I don't want to foul anything up publicly, that offers have been made, and so we want to be careful about talking about those things. But I did want to share, this was the largest class we've seen, I think, ever. And it's not, we still have a long ways to go to fill all of these really important positions. But we had 33 trainees, 16 wildlife officers, 17 park officers. This will come into play in my next item, but I did want to just share how much work and the diversity and complexity of the work our officers have to do by sharing some of the trainings that these folks have gone through. So this is post the academy. This is post learn how to be a law enforcement officer, right? So they've done ATV and boat training, survival training, orienteering, active shooter training, water survival, investigations, and other kind of specific training like game damage, animal immobilization, and leave no trace training. So these are people that have responsibilities for parks and wildlife management, but also the law enforcement components of that, and I would say significant public safety responsibilities for all of our officers. So I just kudos to the 2023 training class. Thanks to all of the folks in CPW that got them to where they are, and the continued support that we'll all provide them as they go forward in their careers and make us all and their families proud. 2024 training class, so we received about 800 applications combined for the Parks and Wildlife Officer trainee positions, and we have conditional job offers to 33 new Parks and Wildlife officers, 16 wildlife, 16 parks. As in our strategic plan, we talk about, have a goal of kind of reflecting the public that we serve. So we continue to make efforts on the kind of the diversity, equity, and inclusion component of that in part of our recruitment process. So we have 13 women, 19 men out of that 2024 training class. This is the second year that we've had these applications open nationwide, and that's really important. I don't know, it can be a struggle for CPW to fill positions when our first step is that you have to be a Colorado resident to apply for many of our positions, right? Unless we get an exemption. So we've been doing significant work to make sure that we can recruit nationwide. So we had candidates from at least 5 other states, plus Colorado. Let's see, 15 of those have previously worked for us as temporary employees. That's really important to kind of track, like how are we getting people involved in conservation and bringing them into the organization through either our partnerships with others or temporary opportunities going forward. So I just wanted to share that. That's huge news for us. I think it's a really important news for all Coloradans that we have these fine folks out there on the landscape keeping us all safe going forward. Next, so I mentioned the complexity of the officers' jobs, and I just want to say that these folks have really hard jobs, and I'm getting to a black bear work that I'm going to share. We have kind of a growing, I would say, I'm not going to call it a divide, but a gap between us responding to black bear human conflict and how some in the public, maybe, and I don't know what the some percent is, that care about, how we approach those conflicts and resolve them. So folks have heard me say our staff are in an untenable position. We got into this profession to protect and recover wildlife species and support outdoor recreation associated with those species and natural resources. And it can be an impossible spot to be in when you have a human-bear conflict and you got minutes and a wild animal and people in your face to make a decision for that outcome. So our officers are spectacular in these situations, and I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support their decision space, and that, quite frankly, I have their back in the conclusions that they come to. That said, we're doing an internal review of our policies and procedures just to make sure that we're given that decision space and supporting the officers making the decisions that they need to make out there. And we're considering the development of a black bear working group that can also help us. So we're the tail of the dog. Maybe the gap that I keep speaking to is people saying we don't want to call CPW because they'll come out and remove the bear. We have a lot of data that suggests we remove very few, comparatively speaking, to the calls we get. My concern is if we're not getting those calls that we should up front when the bear originally shows up in a situation, then we lose the opportunity to try to change the destiny for that bear and those people in those communities. And so when we finally do get the call, we're in that untenable situation. And so I want to make sure that we're working with a good representation of the public to try to figure out how do we map the contributing factors that get us to that space, and then how do we develop some recommendations so that we're supporting local governments doing what they need to do, and that we have a really effective kind of human behavior change that goes out there that gives us all the best chance kind of going forward and coexisting together. Okay, next thing. I feel like that one was heavy. So we have our big game season setting process going. This is a 3-step approval process, so you all will make decisions on the season structure in June, at our June meeting. There'll be one final effort to engage the public between November and January, which will primarily consist of random surveys to focus on the over-the-counter licenses specifically. Survey respondents will indicate their preferences on whether to limit or how to limit over-the-counter rifle elk and over-the-counter archery elk licenses. So you can check out any sort of updates on our big game season structure Engage CPW page in November. Wanted to update you on the draw process working group. So we have that working group, we have 8 public members, so 2 non-resident non-residents slash outfitters, 5 resident, 1 sheep, goat, and moose representative. They were all selected for that working group. We received over 175 applications for that working group from the public, so lots of interest. And it was a very competitive and impressive candidate pool. I got to see those names, and I appreciate the staff's work on sorting through all those applicants and helping make sure that we have good representation on that group. So that group represents a broad range of interests, from hunting management and big game conservation. It's a diverse and inclusive group of hunters and outfitters from various backgrounds, perspectives, geographic regions. So we kicked that off a few weeks ago. Let's see, and the working group meetings will be made viewable to the public, streamed live via CPW YouTube page. So again, check that out for more information on the draw process working group engage CPW page. Also wanted to bring up, so the Outdoor Equity Grant Program application that closed September 29th. You heard Commissioner Otero speak to this in his comments a little bit. We received 240 applications, so there's a demand for sure for those resources to increase outdoor equity. Let's see, the requests were over 17 million, up from about 13 million, so we see a growing demand for and interest for those resources. We'll announce the awards December 15th or mid-December, and the board will award up to $2.2 million for this grant cycle going forward. The next will open, the 2024 cycle will open in late September. Let's see, and I wanted to also give you a highlight. If you're tracking the news, we had to close down Highline Reservoir. So this is one when we get to aquatic invasive species or invasive species, terrestrial and aquatic, that if you don't hop on it, it becomes a way bigger problem, costs a lot more money, and the likelihood of success becomes smaller. So I just want to appreciate our staff, Travis Black, our regional manager, and his folks for hopping in on this. So we saw zebra mussels. First saw them in there in September 2022, so we hopped on that. That was the first ever water body infested that we listed in Colorado. In the winter of 2022-2023, we lowered the lake nearly 30 feet and treated it. I won't get into the details of the chemical that we use, but it's a molluscicide to try to eradicate, I would say, a smaller population of zebra mussels while trying to minimize the impact to the warm water fishery that we do have out there. I've not fished this reservoir, but I heard it's a pretty popular fishery. So in the summer of 2023, we kept that operating as an infested water body and inspected and decontaminated every boat that used the lake. That's more than 2,100 outgoing boats, so not a small workload. Early in October, we found an additional 60 mussels, and early November, we drew the reservoir down 2 feet, administered the molluscicide again with a heavier dose this time to make sure that we were more effective in killing the mussels and at least keep the numbers down. Lake will be reduced another 30 feet in January and kept down through the summer which will eliminate motorized boating there for the summer of 2024. In November 2024, after the canal is shut off that feeds Highline Lake, that'll complete the drainage of the lake, and we'll continue to eradicate zebra mussels there. And then hopefully in April 2025, we'll see the refilling take place and we'll get the fishery back online after that. So just wanted to give you that highlight. When it comes to some of the meetings that I've attended, so the outdoor rec part of our mission is really important, and you all probably feel this, but there's like this pressure on the wildlife conservation side. There's pressure on the outdoor recreation side as more and more people come here to recreate. And so stepping into the Colorado Outdoor Partnership and really kind of making sure that I'm dedicating enough of my time to help our partners there has been a real high priority for me, including being a stronger partner to Jackie Miller, the director of GOCO, on the outdoor rec strategy, because that one is going to be super important to make sure that we use our wildlife expertise and our outdoor recreation expertise and our partnerships to really help craft an outdoor strategy that conserves wildlife and meets the needs and expectations of Coloradans and visitors in outdoor recreation. So been attending a couple meetings around that and continue to learn more and see opportunities for leaning into that. Also, before I get to a short presentation on two amazing projects, I want to mention that I attended the Colorado River Fish and Wildlife Council meeting. That is essentially, I think it was created in Wafwa, but it's the state fish and wildlife agencies along with tribal entities and some federal agencies come together and talk about all things fish and wildlife related with mostly fish related with that council and how to move forward around Colorado River issues. Can't say enough about the amazing representative that we had there in the room in Nevada, Matt Nickel. It's clear to me that our aquatics section is top of the top when it comes to that, and Matt's an amazing representative of CPW there, so thank you, Matt. And then finally, if we can pull up a PowerPoint really quick. There's, water is, I'm learning it's kind of important to fish and wildlife and agriculture and humans. And I don't know how much the commission has really been exposed to the phenomenal water team that we have and some of the projects that we do. We own a lot of water rights, so really important from a fisheries perspective, how we manage our state wildlife areas and parks, and outdoor recreation. So if we could go, so I just want to walk through the Mount Chavano Lowhead Dam removal project, and then a really important one that, if I understand correctly, may have been a genesis of some whirling disease, but the Colorado River Connectivity Channel update, which is super cool if you've ever done river restoration. So next slide. I don't know how many folks know about this, but this has been really kind of a public safety issue as well. And so we began the removal of that structure in October. I think there were drownings, there were injuries, like all sorts. This has been a problem for a while, and we had a real opportunity to step in and provide leadership in removing it. So this is on the Arkansas River. Here's a picture of the dam, kind of pre. And you can see the boat passage on the right-hand side. And if we can go to the next slide, we'll show this shows the first step of the removal of the structure. And then the next slide. Just so you kind of see the dry dam structure and how it would be a challenge. And the next slide. This is super cool. As a person that has some fisheries in my background and stream restoration, regulators usually are paranoid about big equipment in a river, but if you're going to do it right, you need big equipment in the river. So you can see us removing the dam. And the next slide. Here's the dry riverbed before water went back into that system. And the next slide, you can see we got a natural river again. Look at that. And it's going to be safe for the public that recreate on the Arkansas River. So can't say enough about the partnership with Chaffee County there, the Natural Resource Damages trustees, who both contributed significant financial resources to this. And again, I'm a broken record, but our CPW staff, we should all be very proud of. Now the Colorado River Connectivity Project. So I'm not going to totally get all the history probably right on this, but so this, I would read, I don't know if you want to come up with a little bit of history, but my understanding is that we had an in-stream pond created. There was a little bit of hydro thought, irrigation thought, and in reality, it was maybe fatally flawed right out of the gate. So yeah, Matt, help me out on the history, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Directors. Matt Nickel, I'm the Aquatic Section Manager. Yeah, thanks for teeing this up. This was an impoundment that's part of a large water project and a pump back project there. It's very shallow and creates whirling disease habitat that's very conducive to whirling disease downstream. And so the connectivity channel is a large project to basically bypass the water around Windy Gap Reservoir when it's not being used for pump back, and will allow fish passage. And we began running water down that last week, and through our pit tagged fish, we were able to observe fish using that channel within the first couple days. So it's a big success project, a long time in the making. Lots and lots of different partners and lots of different contributors to it. So.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Maybe we can go through the slides real quick here to show kind of the engineering plan. And the next slide. You can see the construction steps here, and the next slide. And as Matt was mentioning, we have the fish movement study. So you'll see, I think in the next slide, the array that picks up the signal of the fish moving. And then the next slide, more of the kind of restoration and channel construction. And oh, this is a video, I think. Can we play this video? And I think the video is going to show like this thing being watered up. So pretty cool. Again, like sometimes we do projects and they have good benefits maybe up front and maybe some unintended consequences, and we get the opportunity to go back and fix some of those decisions in the past and really restore some good functions that benefit fish and people going forward. So thanks, Matt and Reed, for helping me out on the history piece, and for your folks' work on making this happen with our partners. And I think that is all that I wanted to say in my 15 minutes of fame.
Do we have any questions for the director? Seeing none, I'd say we are a few minutes late for our break. I have it as 10:14. We will return at 10:30. That'll give a 15-minute break to everybody. We'll catch up the time as we go. That'll give a 15-minute break to everybody. We'll catch up the time as we go. That'll give a 15-minute break to everybody. We'll catch up the time as we go. We'll return back, and I think our next item will go to Margaret and Justin for our financial update, agenda item number 9. Thank you, Margaret and Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners, directors. My name is Justin Rudder. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services. And as always, your item number 9 is financial update. As you will note, my full title is Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services. That means that within my branch, I have the accounting, budgeting, purchasing, grants, deputy CFO, and then also the capital function. Margaret Taylor is our capital development or capital program manager for the agency. And I've brought her to give you an update on the capital side of the agency. It is $1 in every $5 we spend goes to a capital outlay. It's a major part of what we do. We are infrastructure heavy. Just as a side note, I did include in your mailing a brief memo on the Centennial program that came up at your last meeting, and Commissioner Touchton brought it up again today. I just wanted to give you a little bit of the background and kind of the numbers on paper. If you have any questions, you can call me back to the mic or catch me offline, and I'm happy to discuss that or any other financial items. But for now, I'd like to pass it over to Margaret, who's been our program manager for 4 years now. Within that time, she's implemented a 5-year capital planning process to get us kind of looking forward at what we need to do in our capital program. She's overseen the rollout of our capital tracking database, which helps give insight into our projects, and I think we'll be behind some of the graphics she has today. She took over the administrative duties of the dam section, the dam engineers, so that those engineers could be more focused on our projects, and she's done the management of that section directly, and she's an all-around good person. So with that, I'll leave you to Margaret.
Thanks, Justin. Mr. Chair, directors, commissioners, I'm Margaret Taylor, Capital Development Program Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And I'm going to see if this thing will move. There we go. I'm here today to give you an overview of capital development and what we're working on and the most recent large capital project list. We do this meeting with you all every November to let you know what we're working on, and sometimes we come with more of an overview so you know what the program is about and the big things that we're working on. Capital development is in charge of building and maintaining CPW's vast infrastructure. Our group also tracks an infrastructure and project management inventory and strategically plans for maintenance and development. This is important work because it supports the division in so many different ways. And this morning I've heard a lot of different talks about things that we're working on, and capital development has a nexus. So if you think about wanting to control where people go, capital development helps with that. To have people enjoy and experience in outdoors, we help with that. If we want to put more fish in rivers and streams, we help with hatchery development. And then we also help with just a variety of things. So our section is a very large section within CPW. We have about 20 people in the central section and then about 17 people in the regions that work on projects. And that's because, as Justin mentioned, so much of our money that we don't spend on things to keep the lights on and keep people employed here is spent on capital development. So when we talk about capital, we have to have strategic goals related to the program. And otherwise, we could just be spending money all over the place. And so when we look at what we're trying to do here, we really look towards our strategic plan and our operational plan and the Future Generations Act. There is so much work within those plans that really draw with what we're doing here. And I'll give you some examples. Goal 1 in the strategic plan is to conserve wildlife habitat and create healthy, sustainable ecosystems. If you look at this picture on the right-hand side, that's of the Gunnison River State Wildlife Area and some aquatic habitat work that we've done. I always think of this engineering, and there is some science to this on where we place boulders and rocks and different woody structures, but there's really an art to this, and it's beautiful to see a river channel restored, and I think that we're going to do a lot more of this work as we go along. throughout the years. I just think we're going to invest more money in this sorts of things. And the Colorado River project that the director was talking about is another good example where we've done some restoration work on that, that stretch of river there. We're also really heavily involved in Goal 2, which is managing state parks for world-class outdoor recreation, and we do this by maintaining and enhancing facilities. And then Goal 6, connecting people to the outdoors. And so when we talk about the strategic plan, it's kind of an overarching document, but then we have an operational plan where we have goals that we're trying to accomplish within the next couple of years. And we have a ton of those within capital development in that plan. One of the big ones we're working on right now is a couple governor's initiatives. The governor was generous enough to give us quite a bit of money. In the Senate Bill 112, the legislature awarded us $20 million to do work on existing state parks and really enhance some of the facilities that we have there, because we're seeing so many visitors visiting our state parks. And then House Bill 1326 was really there to work on expanding state parks. So we have $14 million there. The Future Generations Act is another goal that you'll see capital development really have a big role in. And so if you looked at the Future Generations Act, you would see that there's goals to enhance the Cameo shooting range, expand shooting ranges in general, create access to properties including trails, hunting and fishing and boating, habitat improvement, new state parks, and reducing our maintenance and backlog for a lot of different things. Also, hatchery renovation is very important to us right now. And then, as I've been mentioning, riparian wetlands restoration. So another thing that we're working on within our program is to electrify our fleet. And so if you think about electrifying our fleet, there's a lot of infrastructure that has to be put in to be able to do that. So we're really focusing on that. And then also we have this partnership right now with Rivian, who is an automaker, and they are paying for chargers to go into various places, mostly state parks. But it is a great partnership, and we'll be finishing up that work in the near future. I would say by the beginning of next year, we'll be finished with all of the installations that we're doing. And that's just a picture of what the Rivian chargers look like. The other thing that we really concentrate on is throughput. And throughput just means we want money to be on the ground. Again, we are spending multi-millions of dollars on capital development projects. And one of the things my section does is really track the work that we're doing, because we want to be able to have metrics to tell the story of the work that we're doing. So this graph just shows you, it starts in 2015, ends this year in 2023. We're not done, but if you see, the trajectory is going up. And this year alone, we've done on the ground work over $52 million, which is amazing. I would say there's a couple reasons for this. Number one, we have increased our staff a bit, but that's really not it. What we try to do in our program is to find as many efficiencies as we possibly can. And I just want to say that runs the gamut. So that means that our budget staff is working to get coding done quicker. That means our procurement staff is getting out contracts faster. So it just runs the gamut on the amount of work that we are able to do. And the numbers just, they blow me away, the amount of work that we've done. I will just also mention that if you look at those pandemic years, like 2020, 2021, you see we're still going up, because one of the things that did not stop during the pandemic is construction. And so we were still able to get a lot of money out of the door. This graph, I just want to show you, I know it's a bit hard to see, but how we spend our money. So I mentioned that we prioritize our work because we want to make sure that we're doing things that matter to the division. And we are spending more and more money. Part of this, what you're seeing, is Future Generations Act money, because we had said that we're going to do all of these projects, and we put our money where our mouth is, and we're putting money into them. So I do want to point out that the light green is dams work, which is very important work that we do at CPW. That teal color, which is the majority of work, is our large capital funding. And then there's other projects that we do, small capital, which are smaller projects, but the majority of money that we're spending within CPW go to dams and those large capital projects. So when we talk about large capital, tremendous effort goes into planning, and I'm not going to go over this whole slide, but what I want you to take away from this is that right now we're in our planning cycle. It takes us about 5 months to make sure that we are picking the most important projects for the division. Then they go through a variety of checks and balances to make sure that the projects are what we want to see. And then in March, the executive management team will approve projects that'll move forward. Then it goes into all these legislative things that we need to do to get them approved through the legislature and to talk to our partners in the federal government and GOCO. So it takes approximately 18 months from idea of a project to actually get it funded and then put on the ground. So there's a picture on the right, and the director did talk about this a little bit, the Mount Chavano project. I did want to highlight this project because it is such a great partnership, and I think it really shows how we work together in capital development. So to get this project done, we worked with aquatic staff, the hatchery, which is right over there, park staff that manage Arkansas Headwater Recreation Area, our staff as engineers, and the Southeast region who is monitoring this project right now. And as the director mentioned, this is a tremendous effort that the county, Chaffee County, is very much in favor of doing. There have been deaths there. So when we talk about on-the-ground work that we do within capital development, we are really doing things that matter to communities. And what's funny about that project, the director talked a little bit about kind of righting some wrongs. The company that designed the Lowhead Dam, we hired them to remove the Lowhead Dam. So in a lot of ways, and this is, I mean, many years that Lowhead Dam was in there. So in many ways, there's a really good story to that project. One way that we work to make sure that we're picking things that we really want to have done is through this concept of a 5-year plan. And so we haven't done this for very long. We've had about 5 years of the 5-year plan, but it's really helped us kind of understand the work that we want to do and put it on a plan so we know if we have staff enough to do it, if we are going to have money to do things. When we talk about, for instance, adding state parks into the system, those are all going to have capital needs. So in order to make sure that we're planning for the future, we have this big picture capital plan, 5-year plan. And again, it gives us the knowledge of the next 5 years that are coming up. I think what is important with this is that we do evaluate this plan annually, and it isn't set in stone. So sometimes things come up, and we need to account for those things. So we do look at it annually. We even go out a little bit further than 5 years, and we do have 6 to 10 years of worth of projects on there as well. This picture on the right, I wanted to point out because this is the Crawford State Park Clear Fork Campground project that we did, which is in the Southwest. And it's a great example of how we try to enhance state parks and put in new facilities. This campground was aging. The campsites were really close together. It didn't have water or electric at each site, and so we went through and put in a lot of new things there. And because this project was so awesome, we did receive an award, and we received the Starburst Award, and I just want to give a shout out to Adrian Varney, who's back there, who works for the lottery. And the Starburst Award is a lottery program that they honor projects that really utilize lottery money in an appropriate way. So I put a picture on this slide just showing you, I was literally there the other day and they had these awards proudly displayed on their walls. So I took a snapshot and wanted to show you that when we do this work and when we're honored with awards, we take that very seriously, and the park really likes to show off all the good stuff that they're doing. And of course, the reason why we do it is for the public to enjoy what we put out there. So you have this in your packet. Obviously, you can't read it on the screen, but this is what we're going to do for large capital next fiscal year. So these projects will come live July of next year. And at the end, I'll be able to answer any questions you may have on any of the projects. But I do want to point out that this year on wildlife, we are looking to fund about $30 million of work, which is a lot for wildlife. Now, previous years, we were doing $79 million of work. So it's a little less than what we've done in the past, but still, it's a very decent amount. This list is a little short because on the wildlife side, there were some major projects that we needed to fund to make sure that they were properly funded. One, as I've mentioned a couple times, is our hatchery modernization. And then we do have a large dam project on there as well. So normally when you see these lists, you'll see a lot more wildlife projects. It's just that we have to kind of roll with the punches and know what we have to do for that year. So again, I'll be able to answer any questions that you may have about those projects at the end. Something that you also have in your packet is this brochure that we put out every year. It's this dam safety and maintenance fact sheet, and there's a lot of good information in there. And there's a reason why I want to take a minute just to talk about the dam safety work that we do. And that's because a lot of our money goes to these, and there has been a lot of attention placed on our dams. And that's because they are old. They average about 75 years. A dam useful life is about 50 years unless you put work into them. So we're the largest dam owner in the state. We have 3 dedicated dam safety engineers that work on projects. We really work to make risk-based decision-making. So that means that we look at the dams that have the highest risk and work to fix those. And we do this within a plan called the Risk Analysis Plan that we're updating right now. And again, we plan out a lot of work within the 5-year plan. And there's a couple dam projects I just wanted to point out. This one here, this picture to the right is right around here. This is Flagler State Wildlife Area. And normally we don't see any water there because we don't have any water rights. Unfortunately, we lost the water rights to this area. And so we only see water when we're having flooding conditions. And this was a flood that we had this summer that we had to respond to. That's one thing that dam safety engineers do, is respond to emergencies. And unfortunately, in this case, we know that we won't have the water rights ever. And this dam isn't really safe anymore. It wasn't designed to hold this amount of water that we're seeing. The spillway is not sufficient. So this is an example of a dam that we will look to remove, especially because, again, we don't have the water rights. This project here is one that just finished up, and I think it's a really good example of the work that we're doing. This is Alberta Park, which is in the southwest region. We've spent about $8 million on this dam rehab, which is expensive to CPW standards. Dam projects are very expensive. This is a really good example of earthen dams. That's mostly what we have here. But when we're able to fix them, what we can do is put them back in service so they hold water. So if we think about dams, you know, there's always news stories about dams on major river ways and that sort of thing. Mostly in Colorado, we don't have that. Our dams are really important because our water rights are really important. And they're places where people are using them for fishing and other activities. The last project I wanted to highlight was Tarryall Reservoir, which is in the Northeast region, and this is the next big project that we'll be working on. This project is about $17.5 million to rehab. I am not an engineer, but I will say this, that my time with the dams folks, I do know that this dam is special because it's a concrete arch dam, and we just don't have many of those in America, period. So there's extra work that we need to do on this one because of the way that it is set up. But what's going to be great is that Tarryall is such an important part to the Northeast region. So many people recreate there, and we're going to be able to hold water to the storage line that we should be able to hold water once this project is done. So I know that was quick, and capital, there's a lot of pieces and parts to it, but I did want to give you all the opportunity to ask any questions about the list or anything else that you're wondering about with the program.
I don't see any commissioner questions. Does anybody have anything or any comments? Okay, there you go. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for the update, Mark. I share your enthusiasm for the Lowhead Dam removal, which should reduce some of our maintenance issues if we just get rid. But yeah, those, I've run into them a few times, and they're surprisingly dangerous. Yeah. They don't look as dangerous as they end up being. Well, so I had one question on the phrase a world-class state park system. And I worry that we're interpreting that we have to build things for the biggest trailers. You know, you mentioned full electric, full water, and that we're building a state park system, at least my perception in places, for the rich, because then the site is more expensive, and you're talking about people who have a $80,000 truck pulling a $100,000 trailer. And so I just wondered your reaction if we could reinterpret that phrase about what a world-class state park system means, that it doesn't mean these intensive developments that are sort of catering to a wealthy kind of traveler who's probably not the typical state resident.
I think that's an interesting question. State parks are really designed to be there for a broader audience, especially people of all income structures. And you're right, a lot of our campgrounds is kind of niche-y, where they are more designed to withstand a lot of use. And the public does seem to enjoy those amenities. I will say that they're not for every state park, as you mentioned. I'll give an example of Staunton State Park, where we put in a series of walking camping sites that are designed for tents. So in some places, we put those more developed things. In a lot of places, we put those more developed things, like you're saying. But we do look to the terrain and what people want.
Well, thank you. Yeah. And then I had a question for Justin, if he's willing to come back. By virtue of being on the GOCO board as one of our representatives, they were discussing, we expect a substantial lottery spillover, as they call it, because we'll hit the cap early, and that spillover should go to the Outdoor Equity Fund in part. But I wondered if you could talk more about that, and also maybe opine if we can serve more outdoor equity grants if that spillover is larger.
Yeah, so Justin Rudder, Assistant Director of Financial and Capital Services again. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Touchton. Yes, so you're testing my memory. It's been a topic of conversation, but it is a little bit complex. So prior to a year or two ago, when we approached the legislature, GOCO proceeds are capped at a inflation-adjusted amount based on when the passage was, and above that amount, the legislature was directing those funds to BEST, which is Building Excellent Schools Today. which is a capital construction program for K-12 education around the state to improve school buildings for children across the state through certificates of occupancy. Anyway, it's not us. We approached the legislature and proposed that since the lottery has been performing so well, and thanks to the great people at the lottery, such as Adrian, those proceeds were getting bigger than anticipated, and that we could perhaps diversify them. So we went in and we asked the legislature to cap how much was going to BEST, and then above that amount, we directed it to some of our uses, including outdoor equity grant program, and then above predefined amounts that were accelerated over a period of years as we were projecting out the growth in lottery, it would then spill back over into BEST, wildlife, and parks cash. So it's a multi-tiered waterfall laid out in statute. As far as the outdoor equity grant program, that kind of initial investment is defined, so to be able to change that initial investment, but that doesn't mean that the agency can't invest funds if it so chooses.
Anything else, Commissioner, or any other commissioners have questions? Seeing none, we'll, in the interest of time, move on. We'll now go to our GOCO update with Dan Zimmer.
All right, good morning, Commissioners, Chair May, Director Davis. It's a pleasure to be here again in our regular spot. We did miss the last commission meeting. We're having an all-staff retreat that was actually hosted by the staff at Sylvan Lake State Park. So thanks to the park manager there, Matt, and his staff for hosting us. And yeah, we want to take a few minutes of your time and provide an update on not only what's happening at GOCO, but in particular, I'm proud to have our region officer, Sammy, here with me. He's going to talk about some of our work on the Eastern Plains today. I was pleased to follow Margaret's presentation as she's talking about capital development. I recognized a couple of those pictures. In fact, the picture of the Crawford project was in our annual report last year, the annual report of our CPW investment. So really cool to see that. And you know, a significant part of our investments goes into the capital development program. I looked it up real quick. I think it was something north of $6 million for the current fiscal year. And then I was pleased that Commissioner Ballou and Justin mentioned the Wildlife Transportation Alliance. GOCO is proud to sponsor that event. It was good to see you there and listen in to some of the conversation. So we're certainly excited about the work happening in that front. So with that, I'll jump in here. And it's been a while since we last reported on how GOCO works. There we go. There's a few new commissioners since then, so I thought I'd take a minute or two at the beginning just to provide an update. Looks like some of the formatting got tweaked somehow in the transfer, but basically GOCO receives up to 50% of Colorado lottery proceeds each year, and you know, that's adjusted for a cap based on inflation, and this year it should be approximately $82 million that'll come to GOCO from net lottery proceeds. And so then our independent board invests those proceeds in conservation and recreation projects throughout the state through two channels. One is through a competitive grant process, and then the other is through Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And then through those two channels, we have our competitive grant program, which is identified by the two boxes you see on the right, our local government open space quadrant. And then the investments through Colorado Parks and Wildlife are through the outdoor recreation and wildlife quadrants there. And one key thing that the Constitution requires us to do is to ensure that those investments are substantially equal over time amongst those four purposes that you see there. And then last thing I want to mention, and GOCO 101 type stuff, is really our goal is to serve as a strategic partner with the agency in determining on how our investments are made. And, first we want to ensure that they align as closely as possible with CPW strategic plan goals and with our organizational values. And from there, we like to take additional opportunities to work together. And I think, you heard the director talk about the outdoor strategy earlier, and Commissioner Touch had mentioned the Centennial program. So those are opportunities we're really excited to work together on a strategic level. So that's just a very quick update on how GOCO works. If anyone wants to chat offline, I'd happy to do so. There's a whole lot more to talk about in that realm. And what I'd like to do now is hand the mic over to my colleague, Sammy Trotter. Sammy serves as our East Plains or East Colorado Regional Program Officer for GOCO, and she does some great work here in this part of the state, and I'll let her take over.
Hello, thank you for having me today. As was said, my name is Sammy Trotter. I'm the Program Officer for the Eastern Plains of Colorado, and I serve the 15 counties east of I-25 from Wyoming to Oklahoma. I am posted in Rocky Ford, so the southeastern portion of the region, but I was raised in Eastern Plains just south of Carville on my grandparents' ranch. So I'm very familiar with this region and the types of projects. GOCO projects coming from the Eastern Plains are traditionally focused on park space development and renovations, sports fields, pool renovations, land conservation, and I'm going to highlight some of those for you right now. Try to do this left-handed. All right, so GOCO has invested in communities throughout Eastern Colorado, historically supporting resource conservation and habitat restoration projects, such as the Pruitt Wetlands Enhancement Project in Washington County, the Lower South Platte Wetlands Habitat Restoration Project in Logan County, the Shaw Ranch, which was a 7,800-acre land acquisition project in Yuma County, and many, many more. One project I would like to highlight for you in the southeast region of the Eastern Plains GOCO region is the City of Rocky Ford. The City of Rocky Ford, this project is an example of a project that has deep community engagement, provides multi-dimensional opportunities, is forward-thinking, has the potential for numerous partnerships, including CPW. The City of Rocky Ford was awarded $150,000 in GOCO funds to conduct planning and community engagement for the historic Arkansas Valley Fairgrounds and Crystal Lake park space. Their efforts have spanned over 18 months of collaborative planning and local, regional, and statewide engagement, and they are continuing their planning to finalize their master planning process. This project was initially focused on just the development of the city-owned Crystal Lake space and the fairgrounds of that area. However, through the planning process, they have been able to expand the project to include potential partnership with the landowner of the property that actually connects these two spaces to the Arkansas River, which would have profound impact on wildlife habitat, present demand for riparian corridor restoration projects, and create opportunities for public access to open space, which is extremely unique in this region. Eastern Colorado is unique in outdoor recreation compared to much of the rest of the state, and these two projects that are represented here are reflective of projects that GOCO has recently invested in to meet the needs of these diverse communities in the Eastern Plains. The town of Haxton was awarded $923,400 in local government funding to redevelop their community swimming pool. Haxton community showed perseverance and determination over numerous years of conducting community engagement and fundraising to make this project a reality. And this project exemplifies the opportunities that are possible through partnership in our communities. The Cheyenne County was awarded $674,500 in local government funding to resurface their high school track and develop a new community park space to provide safe space for multi-generational use and recreation, to promote health and wellness, and also economic vitality for the city and region of Cheyenne Wells. I'm continuing to have conversations with other partners, specifically in the Northeast, like Sterling, Ray, Brush, Julesburg, Akron, and other communities about their transformative projects. And I'm excited to continue working with these and new partners throughout the Northeast moving forward. Lastly, I have been appointed as the GOCO representative to work with and collaborate with the Conservation Service Corps funding program, Colorado Youth Corps Association, and the numerous youth corps organizations throughout the state. For those of you unfamiliar with Colorado Service Corps, this program encourages partnerships to develop projects that employ youth on critical outdoor recreation and restoration projects that align with GOCO's mission. Work provides meaningful employment opportunities for young people while accomplishing tangible stewardship projects. I assist the Executive Director, Scott Segerstrom, and the Associate Director, Tom Dillo, and CYCA staff in administering the Conservation Service Corps grant program annually, and I'll be working throughout the next year to conduct numerous partner meetings to better understand the opportunities and challenges that exist throughout the state for stewardship. One effort that I would like to highlight for you today is a project that is being conducted in the Eastern Colorado by Mile High Youth Corps. Mile High Youth Corps was awarded planning and capacity funding from GOCO to conduct a feasibility study to explore opportunities and partnerships that exist in the eastern region of Colorado, to determine if the expansion or creation of an Eastern Plains Youth Corps is possible, and if there will be adequate partner support, workforce, and project opportunity available to sustain this work. Mile High Youth Corps has hired an Eastern Colorado program manager. Her name is Tara Castaneda. She's based in La Junta and is already beginning to network throughout the region. I would like to extend, if you are interested in talking with her about her work and the opportunities that may exist, I'm happy to share her contact information with you. A very exciting component of the feasibility study is the coming summer 2024 pilot program. This program will employ local youth in the Eastern Plains and will complete a diverse slate of abbreviated conservation, restoration, and stewardship projects to demonstrate the benefits of this work to local communities and partners throughout the Eastern Plains. So we're really excited about this work going on.
Thank you, Sammy. We appreciate you coming up and taking a couple minutes to report on the good work you're doing in this part of the state. So moving on, in the last couple minutes here, I just wanted to talk about a couple key projects that we have ongoing and coming up at GOCO. And again, the Centennial Program is one that was talked about earlier, but we just opened up the first round for our competitive side on this, and we're super excited about what's coming down the pipeline. But again, Centennial is a program where GOCO works with our partners to invest in high-value, transformative projects that have generational impacts for Colorado and its people. And over the past couple months, we took an initial slate of applications from both our local government and our open space purpose, and we conducted site visits with some of our board members. I think Jay mentioned earlier, he got to see some of the unique projects that are potentially going to be funded. So from our local government quadrant, we're seeing a lot of interest in regional trail developments, significant park amenity improvements for rural and urban communities, and then interest in statewide stewardship efforts for Colorado. From our open space purpose, it looks like we'll be recommending two land acquisition projects at our next board meeting in December, and then we hope to award grant requests from the other quadrant in March. And then lastly on that, we're eager to see what the agency brings to us for the CPW allotment and the Centennial Program, and we know there's good things to come there, so thank you for that. Also wanted to share that we are nearing the end of our current strategic plan, which runs through 2025. So we're beginning to think about what that update looks like. And we certainly want to build off the successes of our 2020 plan, evolve the strategies and approaches that we've used, and based on what we learn, we'll build that into the next iteration of our strategic plan. But we're going to do some situational analyses on some of the key topic areas. We're going to have some curated stakeholder engagement and thoughtful development for that next 5-year plan that'll be from 2025 to 2030. And we're going to work with the agency as well in the next 18 months to align priorities and consider future opportunities for innovation and strategic partnership. And there we go. And then we're working on the investment proposal for the next fiscal year with Justin and his team. And, you know, it's always exciting to look at the programs that we have a chance to impact that CPW carries out. And listening to Margaret's presentation was certainly motivating. Likewise, we develop an annual report to share the stories of those investments, and we appreciate the work that Martha Beavers from Justin's team does, and working with staff and the program managers that take the time to report back to us. So I'll share those highlights with you at the next commission meeting, and we're excited. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that our program officer at GOCO, Adrian Barney, as you heard earlier, has since moved on to bigger and brighter things. So she's now at the Colorado Lottery, and just wanted to take a moment on this mic to recognize her and thank Adrian for her service to GOCO. She's filled a number of roles in our organization and been super valuable, and we're just super happy for her and excited for this next career opportunity as she works within that ecosystem of CPW, GOCO, and the lottery. So thank you, Adrian. And with that, I'll wrap up. See if you have any questions or discussion.
I don't see any questions.
Jay's, I'm sure
Now I
Jay
do.
has one.
Okay, now we have Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair May. Thanks for the update. Always great to hear about the good work GOCO's doing. I was just curious about the scale of the Centennial program for the competitive applications and like how many were received. And it sounds like at least 3 projects are being funded. And so I'm just curious about the pool and scale for that.
I'll start out on that, and Sammy, I don't know if you want to add any context. I was talking to my counterpart on the competitive side, and I believe that we ended up taking in 10 concept papers from multiple discussions from partners, and then from there, 6, I think, were invited to application, and then we're still in the review process, and nothing's been officially awarded to date. Sammy, would you add anything to that?
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first, I just wanted to, I'm really excited about the Youth Corps on the Eastern Plains. I think the work will be there. I know in my day job, we've tried to work with Youth Corps in the past, and they've had to travel from Colorado Springs, which is suboptimal. But I think a really important part of it is to hire local so that the youth are also from the Eastern Plains. And I wondered if you could explain more how we'll make sure we're because that's part of the value is getting the youth from the plains involved in conservation work. How we'll make sure we hire local.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, part of the goal of hiring Tara locally is that so she can network and talk with local partners. Some of the partners that she is working with, and I don't have the full breadth of all of the partners she's talking to, but I know that she's exploring educational opportunities, local youth groups as well. So she is already exploring the opportunities for connecting with existing local youth organizations that could potentially partner in this. And the goal is to hire for this pilot program locally to really show not only the local communities the benefit of this type of work, but also to show the local youth and organizations and just general population the value that really comes from these youth participating in this work. So the goal is to hire locally, and again, being a feasibility study, they're going to be learning along the way. We are hoping that at the conclusion of the feasibility study, they will produce an actual report with recommendations as far as how many youth there are, if there's a demand for this. I think the projects are there. The workforce, hiring of workforce is probably going to be one of the challenges, but it's not that there's not opportunity. It's just putting the education and the information out there and really getting people involved and engaged in it.
Okay. And then one other question for Dan. The Wildlife Crossing conference, one of the takeaways I took from that is there's a huge support and there's a huge demand, but the funding was not commensurate with either, really. And I'm wondering if some of the GOCO quadrant dollars that flow through CPW or the lottery overflow dollars that go back? Like how, is there any way to fund wildlife crossings through the GOCO partnership?
Thanks for the question, Jay. I would say it's certainly possible, but through the partnership, we're certainly going to rely on the agency to make those prioritizations and determinations on how they want to spend those dollars. But we would certainly be excited to look at projects around transportation.
Okay, I see Commissioner Otero. And one thing I might ask, and I know this is hard to do, but commissioners, as you go ahead and queue in, because it'll put you in an order, and then I don't hesitate waiting. Like if you click in when you're ready to speak, you don't come up on my screen as quick. So if you're going to want to ask a question, go ahead and click in, and I'll have it in my queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and I echo what Commissioner Tutchin said, and it's great to hear that the goal is to hire locally where the U Corps is touching down around the state. And my question is, what's the partnership look like with the U Corps, the Colorado Climate Corps, and then also the new America Climate Corps and the funding that's coming out there? Like, is that a close partnership with the federal government on that piece, or, yeah?
I would have to say I'm not 100% sure what the breakdown is. I know that the Colorado Climate Corps greatly influenced the American Climate Corps and the work that is being done at the national level. This specific project is more locally based, so we have the partnership. Mile High Youth Corps applied for the funding, and GOCO directly funded that. So I don't necessarily have an answer as far as the involvement of the Colorado Climate Corps and the American Climate Corps in this specific project and its impacts.
I might just add too that we do invest directly in the Colorado Youth Corps Association, so indirectly we certainly support their work and they're involved in the Climate Corps projects.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your report, and we'll move on. We're getting way behind, so we'll move on for facilitating what we need to do. Thanks a lot, Dan and Sammy. Adrian, congratulations. We're now going to be into agenda item 11, and Hillary will be presenting to us.
Good morning, Chair May, Commission. I'm Hillary Hernandez, the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. As the Chair said, we're on agenda item number 11, found on the blue paper. It's going to cover a reference cleanup, modification to red swamp crayfish regulations, and license price changes with the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. And these changes are in the final stage, step 2 of 2. The first change cleans up a disability accommodation reference found on page number 5, as well as a few other grammatical cleanups. The second changes are found on pages 6 through 8, which update regulations concerning red swamp crayfish. These modifications include allowing for the import, transportation, and possession of live red swamp crayfish for human consumption only with an importation license. In addition, no person may possess an individual of the species for more than 72 hours. Any release into the wild or possession as a pet would remain prohibited. The Fish Health Board has reviewed and approved these changes. The last changes are found on pages 23 through 25 and page 42. These are going to update the license prices and commission amounts for the annual CPI. Following the passage of the Hunting, Fishing, and Parks for Future Generations Act, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission has the authority to adjust most wildlife licenses annually with the CPI for the Denver, Aurora, and Lakewood Metropolitan Statistical Area. In the document, you will see the licenses are proposed to be increased by this year's CPI of 5.6%. In addition to those license increase, per commission direction at the August commission meeting, the bear non-resident license amount has been increased to $250. You will also see that the Application processing fees have been left at $8 for residents and $10 for non-residents. This is to keep that at a round number that helps with ease of applications. Another part of the changes is to update the agent commission amounts with the change in license pricing. These changes can be found on page 42. This is an action item, and I can take any questions.
Any questions? If not, I will entertain a motion for this item that Hillary just referenced, which would be the cleanup on W1 for the disability accommodation. Could you prefer a motion to that, Hillary?
You want just that one by itself or all three?
Well, we had talked about doing 3 separate motions. Oh, I'm sorry. But Councilor Matter, what would be your preference on this? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's up to you. If there's a need to break them up, or you can do them all as one entire
It'd be
agenda
preferred
item.
to encapsulate them into one motion. And I'll go to Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. As I brought up at the last meeting, I'd like our commission to consider increasing to the full amount for the bear and the lion. I'm in I would say the heart of the storm here in Western Colorado, where bear challenges are everyday and common and relevant, and human-bear interactions impact me directly on a daily basis, whether it's on the farm or just in the community. But I believe that those issues are really human challenges more so than related to hunting licenses. And I was part of the commission several years ago when we voted to reduce the price for the non-resident bear license. And we did that really as part of the human-bear challenge conflicts that we were seeing in the region. And as we kind of discussed at our last commission meeting, that effort was not successful. We did not see a change in human-to-bear interactions as a result of decreasing that license number. And so I for one, would like the commission to consider raising it to the cap for the bear licenses. And I'd be willing to make a motion as such. If not, I'd request that the motions be separated.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I'm the only one. I have a little bit of difficulty hearing.
As am I.
As I understood Commissioner Vardy's motion, I'd like to second it. He made a similar request at the last commission meeting, and I didn't support it at that time, and I've regretted not supporting his motion to just go to the full statutory amount for all the licenses. I mean, the legislature debated and thought about it. They set those amounts. I've not understood the logic for us discounting the licenses below what the legislature thought was appropriate. And so I wanted to second Commissioner Vardy's motion.
That being said, I would like to ask council, we do have a motion and a second on the floor.
Chair, you also have public comment on this item. Somebody just signed up.
Yes. Councilor.
I echo Hillary's concern about public comment, but I heard 2 different things. Maybe it's because of the audio from
I'm having a real
Commissioner
problem hearing.
Vardy. What I heard from Commissioner Vardy was the full statutory limit price for resident and non-resident bear, and the full statutory price for non-resident mountain lion. And then Commissioner Touchton, I think, expanded that to the full statutory price for all licenses. So to me, there's sort of two different discussions.
Yeah, I would ask Commissioner Vardy for clarification if they can compose those into complementary Motion and second.
I'm supportive of Commissioner Touchton's friendly amendment, I would say, although I don't want to increase on the low-income licenses.
And I have to apologize. I'm really struggling understanding the audio online. So anybody who has that and would like to clarify it, it would be most helpful for me. So, Councillor, can you tell us where we are now with the motion and second?
Sure. Let's kind of just start over. I think Commissioner Vardy has really restated his motion in light of what Commissioner Touchton said. So the new Vardy motion is, I move to increase all of the prices for licenses up to the statutory max.
With the exception of the low income license.
With the exception of low income. And those, I believe, are all reflected on your materials on page 27. I'm looking at the yellow coded licenses. Fur bearers, the proposed price was $97, but the new price would be about $303. Bear, fall, resident would go from a proposed $44 to $58.30. Bear, fall, non-resident would go from $250, which was the discussion at the last meeting, to $801.64. And Mountain Lion would go from a proposed $408.70 to an $801.64. And then excluding the resident low-income senior fishing licenses. So the ones I just described would be increased to the statutory max, excluding the resident low-income senior lifetime fishing. Commissioner Touchton, if you agree with that sort of summary of the motion, I think you could second it.
Jake, can I jump in real quick? Can we also exclude the application processing fee, or did you want that to, because that will change from a round number to having a decimal that's hard for people to get the application correct?
Well, to answer your question, yes, that was the $8 and $10, right? And I just meant to support Commissioner Vardy's motion. I was under the impression that the only things we discounted were bear and lion, but I think you summarized it correctly, Jake.
Commissioner Bailey.
Okay, I think Commissioner Haskett was
Okay,
first.
Commissioner Haskett.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman May. This is really disheartening to me to come with this big of a change at a meeting when last meeting we made changes. The commission approved what we were coming forward with, and now we're doing major changes. That's not okay. If fees are raised, harvest will decrease as our revenue. This agency is funded by hunting and fishing licenses. Even though the fees are going to go up, your license sales are going to go down dramatically. Bear licenses were decreased because we weren't meeting quotas and we weren't selling the licenses. I think you're going to see that across the board, and I do believe it affects elk licenses, at least for cows, if we also change it to the stat or
That was changed last year to the statutory cap, so that one is not discounted anymore.
It's not discounted anymore?
No.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. This also has an impact on our constituents. As Commissioner Otero pointed out, it's hard for people to buy a license. Sometimes it doesn't, but it puts food on their table, and we're taking away that opportunity for them to put food on their table. Let's not make it unaffordable to a lot of people. It also puts much more pressure on our staff. I believe it is better to put food on someone's table than to have CPW staff euthanize it and throw it in a dumpster, which is actually what happens. This agency had an 85% approval rating Trust our staff, trust the science, and trust the data. Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for this discussion. I guess I wanted to solicit input from staff regarding, the comments that have been made and any concerns related to a larger increase.
Hello again, Brian Dreyer, Terrestrial Section Manager. Good to see you all again. I'm going to kind of break this up in a number of different pieces. I want to start just kind of by talking about just license buying history, maybe, at different price points that we've had. And then I'm going to call upon, I have our Mark Vieira is online, and I'd like for him to maybe chime in and talk a little bit about harvest management and bear harvest, okay? So those are the two pieces I want to talk about. So the first thing to note is that in 2018, prior to this $100 reduction, we were selling approximately about 2,500 licenses at a price point for bears of $350. It's actually 2,639 non-resident licenses were being sold at that point in time with the $350 price point. When we went down to a $100 price point in 2019, we increased non-resident license buyership to 7,970, so 7,970. So certainly the reduction from 350 to 100 very much increased license buyership. Since that time, under the new big game season structure, we liberalized the ability to give up bear licenses, and that's increased with the lower price point to about 12,000 licensed buyers is what we've been running. So the comparison just to make there is that, again, when we had a $350 price point, we were selling about 2,600. Under a $100 price point, we've been selling about 12,000 bear licenses. And so what would that mean? Obviously, I can't exactly forecast that, but we know based on history that license buyership can go down when we increase the price point. And that was just from those two examples. So now I might just bring Mark Vieira up. I see he's up. And I might just have him touch a little bit on where we stand with bear management, just in general terms right now in the state, and how we are, where we're at with our current kind of management and objective achievement. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Mark Vieira, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Carnivore and Fur Bear Program Manager. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Director. Addressing the bear management point, we've got bear management plans that are written for our various data analysis units, and about half of those, 9 of 17 bear units, have a reduce objective. Of those, about half have a reduce and then stabilize objective as their long-term goal. And most of these plans, this commission has seen a couple recently, but most of these plans are at least 5 or 6 years old. The other half of our plans, the other 8 EAUs, have a stable management objective. If you look at our recent bear harvest rates, and I'm just looking down, in 2018, it's just a single year, we harvested around 1,200 bears in Colorado. That was before the over-the-counter limited, the unlimited over-the-counter opportunity change and the fee structure change. Since then, we've averaged around 1,500 harvested bears, give or take, with 2020 being our highest harvest year at 1,600 bears. So if you look at those harvest rates and our bear projection, our Colorado bear density projections on abundance, we estimate between 17,000 and 20,000 black bears in Colorado. We're harvesting in the last 5 years around 11 to 13% of our bear population. At that broad scale, that would not be commensurate with a reduction, broadly speaking. So those harvest numbers statewide don't necessarily show a reduction. Another piece of evidence that we use, and I present this every year in May, is the compositional information. That's the age and sex composition of harvest. And we look at that by DAU. And we've seen that, contradictory to the harvest information, in some DAUs where we have reduction objectives, we're through the composition metric, it appears we're getting towards objective, we're getting some reduction. But again, that's a little different than the message that the overall harvest rate is telling us. So at the 30,000 foot level, that's what I can share with the commission.
I would like to have our public comment before we get too much further into this. So I'd like to ask for the possibility to do our public comments on this.
Thank you, Chair.
Katie, I might just add, we seem to be into a real gray area here. We're really getting into the weeds, and I think we need to have this discussion. But before, we actually have a motion and a second on the floor right now. I think once we get our testimony and we discuss it, we need to have a discussion about, do we need more input on this, and the possibility of maybe tabling this for another special item. But I'm just throwing that out there because for me as chair, I'm not comfortable at all where we are on a topic that is this important. So I would ask that we have our public comment, and then we'll have more discussion as we go.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Katie Lanter, Acting Assistant Director of Research Policy and Planning. If Jennifer Burby could come up, please.
Hi, Jennifer Burby, Colorado Outfitters Association President. Thank you. I'm surprised by this. I have a question for the commission that if this is entertained, where we're not meeting harvest objectives, where we are not fixing human bear or human lion conflicts by harvest, changing the price just gentrifies the license. It makes it more expensive, makes it harder to meet harvest. Really, this concept is going to be uncomfortable for many, but we need to talk about seasons and we need to talk about means of take. As our main tool of hunting to control these populations, and we're not making dents with the ones that are available now, we have to broaden it, not just gentrify it. And I'd like you to all consider that, especially as non-residents, again, will be holding the lion's share of cost at a time when allocations across the board are being pressured to go the other direction. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all the public comment sign-up I had on this item.
All right, that concludes our public comment then. For matter of clarification, Jake, am I right that we do have a motion and a second that's properly been presented on the table right now, on the floor?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll continue with our discussion then. I'm sorry, Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to get clarification real quick from Brian. The numbers that you gave us were just non-resident licenses, or was that a culmination of non-resident and resident as well for bear?
Thank you for the question. That is for just non-resident. So we're just talking about the non-resident side of sales.
Okay, but if I understand the motion correctly, and maybe I misheard this because I've had a little trouble with audio as well, but you were talking about raising the limit to statutory cap for also resident hunters, right? Did I hear that right? Or and what would that difference be again? A council matter?
Sorry. There, try that, Councilor.
I can jump in there. That price right now is listed at $44.37. It would jump up to be $58.30 for residents.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was what I was getting at. Was the resident bear license is still $58.30 with this change. That's the most the legislature would let us charge. You know, frankly, to me, that's a joke, that it's only worth $58.30 to attempt to harvest a bear. Like, it costs more to take a family out for Burger King or something. I mean, you hear all this about its conservation. People should be willing to pay $58.30 if they are sincerely doing this, trying to conserve something. And the idea that this is a way for people to get food, we're talking about bears and lions, first of all, which are not primarily hunted for food, at least in my experience. And there are many cheaper ways if one needs food to acquire food. The license is one of the cheapest parts of the whole endeavor between the, I mean, people spend more on gas to get to where they're going hunting than they'll spend on the hunting license at this rate. So I don't think that's a real concern. But one of the reasons the public doesn't trust us is because we've discounted these predator licenses. And that gets to the point that the director raised earlier. And that's why I think the most fair across the board solution is just charge what the legislature said we could charge. So we're not putting our thumb on the scale just on predators, that predators are always on sale. That engenders public distrust of our ability to manage predators scientifically because they perceive a prejudice against our management of predators. And I think, again, that it should be across the board, equal across species. We should charge what the legislature said we should charge.
Commissioner Bailey, you're up next, but I'd like to go to Director Davis before you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So it is really hard to hear what I don't have clarity on what the actual motion is. What I have in my mind is that the motion says we go up to caps, the statutory caps on all species, both resident and non-resident. Is that accurate? If that's the motion, yeah, we've been working on the change from $100 to $250 for bears, but that motion implicates a lot of other things that make me really uncomfortable about with staff not having the time to do the work to understand what the implications are from a management perspective, and equally as important, a revenue perspective. That has me sitting here extremely nervous. So I would hope that the commission would give us some time to actually understand what the potential ramifications of such a broad motion are from a management and a fiscal impact. Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Director, for those comments. And again, thanks for the conversation. I'm of multiple minds about it, and maybe just wanted to name and make explicit a few things. So I just did some quick math on the numbers that Brian shared, and it looks like it was around 900,000 at the 350 rate and about 1.4 million at the 116 rate, or the around 100 rate. And so, thinking ahead and looking at the sort of in between, right, that might lead to a potential decrease, but the scope and scale of that decrease and whether it's 250 versus this 801, yeah, I think the financial implications might add to the discussion. I guess the other thing that I wanted to name are kind of the values that are being raised in the discussion, right? The first is the effective management piece, and it sounds like from everything we've heard and from everything that Ms. Vieira shared, the lower price range isn't necessarily helping us to achieve those management goals, right? And so that's one piece of the puzzle, right? The other piece is the funding the agency and the implications to revenue. The other piece, which I think Commissioner Touchton has touched on in the past, right, is are we valuing the resource effectively? And then the last is, and I think this is sort of the equity piece that both Commissioners Haskett and Otero raised, are access and fair pricing. And, you know, if we want to get to the statutory lid, if a more kind of equitable approach is stair-stepping our way there as opposed to making the jump. So no answers, honestly not sure how I would vote right now, but I just wanted to sort of note those are the sort of 4 dimensions of this decision that are coming up for me. Yeah.
Commissioner Skiba. I'm sorry, Commissioner Haskell was next in my queue, so I'll go.
Go ahead and let him go.
Commissioner Skiba.
Thank you, Chairman May. Actually, Commissioner Bailey said much of what I wanted to say, which is we have these a number of complicated factors going on here, and I look at the pricing, which maybe my math's different, but it came out a little different. But the reality is that it didn't change that substantially. When we had a tripling in the number of licenses sold, there was virtually no change in the amount of revenue that we got out of that. So we have that as one issue. We have the other issues of what are our objectives here? Are we trying to reduce conflict, or are we just trying to promote harvest? How do we do that, and why do we do that? And ultimately where I'm at is with Director Davis is I think we need more time to discuss this. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May, and thank you for the comments recently. I agree, we need more time. And I want to add one thing. It isn't just about putting meat on the table. Hunting is about tradition, about families, about going out in the woods. But that hunting, buying that license and going out there also is part of that experience. But there's a lot of tradition involved in hunting and going out there. And I also want you to look at the cost comparisons. If you look at the different states, the 250 actually kind of put us in line with everybody else. If we go to 8, we're way out of line with all the other states. So, but I think we need to do a little bit more. This is a lot to throw out to people and the agency all at once. Thank you.
Commissioner Reading.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Bailey said. I think there's a lot of very important points here. The data show that indeed decreasing the license fee did not help mitigate human-bear conflicts. So I think that can be discounted. The price point looks like it's not a big deal. But there are other considerations, of course, and perhaps we do need a little more time to discuss this. I also have trouble hearing, so if I'm not mistaken, I thought we were just talking about bears and lions. Is that not true? I just need some clarification. Sorry.
I would like to go to Councilor Matter now because he will give some clarification of where we are. Commissioner Phillips is waiting to comment, but I'd like to go to Councilor Matter.
Sure, I'd be happy to reorient the motion. So agenda item 11 in your packet is 50 pages long. On the 27th page, there's a chart, and there are 4 lines identified in yellow. The motion is to affect the first 4 of those. The 5th is the resident low-income senior lifetime fishing license, which is not part of the motion and would remain at the current pricing. The other 4, the first item, the highest on the page, is the non-resident fur bearer license, which would go from $97 as proposed to $303 and change. The next is resident and non-resident bear. Proposed by staff is $44 for resident. Under a statutory max, it would go to $58 and change. The fall bear non-resident would go from $250, as discussed at the last meeting, to $801 and change. And then mountain lion non-resident would go from $408 to $801 and change. So those are the 4 licenses. It's lions, bears, plus that fur bearer license.
Does that clear it up for people? I would just like to make a comment that I think, as I said, we've gotten way off into somewhere that we weren't prepared to be. And I don't know the proper procedure. I'm more looking for advice, but especially from staff. I think it's obvious that we're asking for more information. We have a motion and a second on the floor. We either need to vote on those or ask for them to be withdrawn. Is that proper, Councilor?
Sure. You can call the question and require a vote right now. I think you can table this to tomorrow unilaterally in your role as the chair. I do have some, I don't know if the delay can go beyond tomorrow for purposes of the brochure and other pieces of the program that need to be resolved shortly.
I guess I would ask the commissioners with the motion in the second what their preference would be. I mean, we absolutely could vote on it as presented. Myself, I would like to ask that we had more information, and if it's proper that we brought it back tomorrow, during tomorrow's meeting. I would prefer that. So I'll just look for comments from the commission as to which direction you would like to take this. Yes, I'll go to Commissioner Phillips. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair May. Thank you, Chair May. I'd just like to echo, I guess, a few people before me and Director Davis and you, Commissioner May, hoping that we can get some more clarity on this. You know, the resident $44 to $58 is insignificant. It's small, but the non-resident is nearly a triple from $250 to $801. Well, it's over a triple, which is a big number, and that is a lot of hunters and a lot of people coming in. So that would be my thought. I would echo tabling this till tomorrow, or just waiting for the staff to come back with some more insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. I'd ask for Brian to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. I'm happy to try and get a team of staff together to try and provide more information, but it would be really helpful to know what type of information you all would be looking for if we were, to bring something back in the near term, because and just be aware, some of it, we may or may not be able to answer some of the questions that you have, but I certainly am happy to try and bring whatever data information you all would like, but I would like some specificity on what that is. So thank you.
Commissioner Skiba.
Thank you, Chairman May. I guess I would just like to request that Commissioner Vardy withdraw that motion at this time so we can move forward and just get that cleared out of the way, because there's some confusion regardless. So I'd like to see if we could do that and move on.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. I guess I don't think tomorrow is a long enough time to really answer these questions. I know January is the latest we can do things for the proclamation, but is that, I'd like staff's opinion on that.
We would miss the brochure if we don't approve something at this commission meeting for pricing.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Chair. I guess I just want to iterate that I think, in a large scale, at the sort of high level, in favor of raising to the statutory cap with the sort of valuing the resource in mind and in sort of neutral, it seems, impacts on management outcomes. I think my concerns with the significant tripling or doubling in a relatively short period of time are highly salient. So I think maybe if we take a longer term approach to reaching that statutory cap, it might be a middle ground. And yeah, so maybe in a year or two, right, it's doubled, or maybe, right, that's at least where my head's at.
Any other thoughts from staff?
I think we could, if we are moving this to the next day, I think we should try to get the disability cleanup and the crayfish approved today. So we just have the CPI adjustments for tomorrow, if that's possible.
Councilor, what do you think? Are we within our bounds if I don't see as, to move forward, we need to act on the motion in a second. So we need to deal with that. What Hillary just suggested is we try to move through the other two items that are part of this. So I would say that was right. but I would like to do that. I don't know, is proper procedure that we do revisit this again tomorrow? Does that give staff time? Does that give the commission time to contemplate?
Sure. I don't, as I was sitting here before Hillary spoke, I thought the cleanest thing to do would be to table all of agenda item 11, but if there are the remaining pieces of agenda item 11, I suspect won't take as much time, but if there's special circumstances where you think it would be beneficial to address those remaining pieces that may warrant it, that's fine too. We are chopping up pieces of 11 and delaying a piece for tomorrow if that occurs. So I personally feel that it would be cleaner to delay all of 11 to tomorrow, but I may not have the full story.
That would be my recommendation also, that we keep that agenda item intact, but we still have the issue of we have a motion and a second on the floor that we need to deal with. I think we could table agenda item 11 till tomorrow. We can all study it the rest of the day. I would caution the commissioners that we won't be able to speak about this except during the meeting. Counselor? For some reason, I can't get your mic to come on.
Is triggered by two commissioners talking to each other. You are free to individually talk to staff all day long to address your, factual questions, et cetera. You just can't commiserate between two commissioners.
Exactly. So as we continue the day, I'll just caution the commission members, don't speak to each other about this. If you have questions, direct them to staff or to our council. I would like to ask that we table agenda item 11 till tomorrow. I guess the motion and the second can stay active until then if we table it, so everybody can contemplate that. I would like to ask, with the approval of everybody, that we move on to agenda item 12. Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks. It was just a quick, I don't think we actually answered Brian's question. So recognizing the potential impossibility of this request, I think the data that would be helpful are potential projections for what raising to the statutory lid the financial implications for the agency and possibly the implications to the hunting base and sort of declines. And again, right, that might, I wouldn't be able to get that data in the next 24 hours, but I think that's sort of where we're at.
Well put. Thank you, Commissioner. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that, Commissioner Bailey, and we will do our best to try and come up with those numbers and the best comparisons that we can make. Obviously, we don't have a direct comparison, but certainly we also have information. It was in the last mailing memo. If you're interested on other Western states and how what's being discussed here compares, I have that information too we can discuss tomorrow. It was page 50. Okay. Okay, page 50 of your packet, agenda item 11, has those other Western states as well. That's another reference point that can be utilized. Any other information I'm happy to try and bring forward.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was the same thing as Commissioner Bailey is what we're asking you to come back with. Personally, I'd like to know how much a non-resident hunter spends on a hunting trip to Colorado for all in, the travel, the lodging, the guide, the outfitting services, so we can evaluate what a percent of that endeavor the license fee is.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. I don't know if that's information that we have or can find, but I'll do some inquiry to find that out.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Can we get harvest comparisons too? And I would, to your question, Commissioner Touchton, I think that would be really hard to find out. I'd say less than 50% of the people use a guide and an outfitter, and it depends on if they come from Kansas or Pennsylvania or New Jersey, or all those trips are going to be different. I don't think you can compare what they spend from one place to another.
Brian.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Haskett, I'll pull together the harvest information we have over a number of years and look at both residents and non-residents for you.
Any further discussion? My recommendation would be that we bring this back tomorrow, and we can even move it later in the meeting agenda tomorrow morning to give as much time as possible. But I think that we need to do this. I don't feel comfortable as chair moving forward with this where we are at right now. I think we have no unison. And actually, in all truth, I have no idea what we would be voting on with a lot of clarification. I understand Councilor Matter's description clarified it for me, but I think there's still a lot of confusion and gray areas. So I would ask that we simply table agenda item 11. We'll bring it back tomorrow, and we'll have more clarity on that. And we kind of have a straw poll. Is that something that the commission can live with? Mostly thumbs up. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman May. Can I just make a suggestion that maybe Commissioner Vardy email the actual motion, because I never understood what he said. I didn't even hear he was making a motion, actually. So maybe he could email what his motion was.
And Commissioner Vardy, all due respect, it's not you. It's the acoustics for us. So I'm having trouble even hearing the speakers at the table. So don't take offense to that. It's just that we simply are not getting the clarity. So I agree with Commissioner Haskett. If you could somehow get it to us in writing, maybe through Counselor, supply that to Jake, and we'll go from there. So where we are, my recommendation is we table agenda item 11 and move on to agenda 12. Hillary.
Okay, so moving on to agenda item number 12. This is found on the yellow paper. This will cover a number of fishing changes. These are also in final stage. The first change will remove 2 special fishing restrictions on the upper Arkansas River that are no longer needed, thereby increasing fishing opportunities and increasing regulation consistency by applying statewide methods of take and possession limits. The second change adopts special condition regulations on the upper and lower Square Top Lakes, Duck Creek to Duck Lake, West Fork of the Clear Creek, and Williams Gulch. These conditions include fishing with artificial flies and lures only, and all trout must be returned to the water immediately upon catch. The third change modifies regulations on the Blue River, 10 Mile Creek, and Dillon Reservoir in response to a decline in brown trout. The changes require all brown trout over 14 inches in length be returned to the water immediately upon catch, and adds a seasonal closure to parts of the Blue River and 10 Mile Creek from September 1st through December 1st. The fourth change adopts regulations prohibiting fishing within 100 feet of the artificial waterfall or fish barrier located 0.1 mile below the East Fork of Hermosa Creek confluence. The last changes are cleanups to correct the misspelling of walleye and remove whacker ponds from regulation, as the property is no longer open to the public. This is an action item, and I can take questions.
Commissioner Skiba.
I don't have any questions, Hillary. I would move that we approve these changes as presented.
Commissioner Bailey, second. Any further discussion? Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the changes to adopt changes in Chapter W1 as proposed by staff. Is that the correct motion, Hillary? I think we can take a voice vote on this. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Would that be one opposed? Okay, very good. So it's unanimous. Okay, motion passes. We'll move on to agenda item 13.
Agenda item number 13 is found on the purple paper. These changes will adopt the updated season dates and quotas for turkey hunting. In addition, the access permitting process for Heigl and Rio Grande State Wildlife Areas will be modified to extend the application deadline out to March 31st, and successful applicants will now be notified by email. These changes can be found on pages 4 through 8. This is also in the action item, and I can take any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Haskett.
If there's no questions, I just make a motion that we approve agenda item 13.
Commissioner Bailey, second. Any further discussion? Been properly moved and seconded that we, that we adopt annual season dates and quotas for turkey hunting and the cleanup of access permitting process for Eagle and Rio Grande SWM as revised. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We'll move to agenda item 14. Well, that's public comment, correct, Katie?
Yes, that's correct. If I could go ahead and invite Suzanne O'Neill up, followed by Champ Simpson.
Suzanne O'Neill, Colorado Wildlife Federation, and member of the Colorado Wildlife Conservation Project, CWF is. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Director, and Deputy Executive Director. I did want to mention, I appreciate that, that the Director is actively involved in the Colorado Outdoor Strategy. I think that's really important so that at the end of the day, through this complex process, we have good planning on wildlife conservation as well as outdoor recreation. As to mountain lions, this agency is the expert on biological science and science-based management for wildlife, including mountain lions. There is quite a bit of misinformation out there, and the public, at least part of the public that's not immersed in wildlife matters, would be hard-pressed to wind through the agency's website to find the facts that are really important in deciding what is correct and what's inaccurate. So what we would like to see is that the Commission directs CPW to create in one place digestible, easily accessible facts. Maybe an FAQ format would make sense. And then that could address the rich history the agency has in research, monitoring populations, hunting regulations since the mid-60s. And then also address why the regulations are necessarily really complex in this arena, as well as the systems they have in place. But I think that would be really, really helpful, and it's strictly factual. And then at the same time, address populations of bobcat and also the whole reintroduction history for lynx. You know, obviously, under federal law, it's not huntable, but there's misinformation from time to time even about that. So, so that's our request, and really hope that the Commission will address what we think is a really important matter. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Champ Simpson.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commission. I come here as a concerned citizen for the wolves that currently live in our northern part of our state. Forgive me, I put my notes on my cell phone because I couldn't fit it all in my notebook here, so bear with me. My family has been elk hunting up in the northern part of the state, north of Steamboat, since the 1970s, and my concern is that we have this proposition that the Commission approved, Proposition 114, to introduce gray wolves into designated areas west of the Continental Divide. My goal is to stop this petition, and in fear of the conflict and, I guess, competition that these wolves are going to bring to the packs that are forming as we speak. The general fund is putting 2.1 million into this fund towards the reintroduction. And I feel that the money that is being put in towards the reintroduction should be put towards conservation instead. Wolves like F1084, she is a she-wolf from northern Wyoming from a Snake River pack. She and another male have now had offspring, and they are all collared. Wolf 2301 to be exact is their offspring. And the sightings through Jackson and Moffett County prove to me that the wolves are following the elk herd migrations that go through those same counties. In these areas, we experienced 60% winter kill last year, which I fear introducing these wolves is going to make more mouths to feed and more competition for the wolves that are beginning to form in this part of the state. And obviously my knowledge of, petitions and how big of a conversation this is, I'm not aware of what petition would be able to check all the boxes on such a big situation as this. That's why I come to you guys.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes.
Pardon me, Chair. I had received one more blue
Oh,
slip.
I'm
So
sorry. I
now,
have two.
if I could invite up Dan Gates, please.
Very sorry, Katie. Thank you.
Chair May, Director Davis, even though he's not here, Deputy Director Mock, and the commissioners. Dan Gates, the Coloradans for Responsible Wildlife Management, and the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters Association. And I wasn't going to speak, but I feel compelled to now after the long discussion that happened over some of the items on agenda item 11. And I think I was getting some text messages sitting back here as well. A lot of the individuals seem to find a lack of clarity, not only in the motion and the discussion, but because of the previous discussion about raising bear licenses to $250, and then all of a sudden just deciding to raise them to the statutory limit, along with other licenses included, and not having the ability to be able to have additional public comment, especially virtually, being 3 hours away from the Denver metro area and so forth. It seems like there's maybe a confusion to the general public about how to engage in that process. If you want to do it virtually, there's no way to testify at this point in time, even though the commission has decided to make those changes unbeknownst to the general public. We'd like to be able to have a further discussion, and we understand that the commission is under some sort of a timeline as far as the brochures are concerned, but at the same time, it's not fair to the general public thinking that you guys were going to decide on one thing and then things were thrown on the table that weren't clarified and then were actually tabled until tomorrow for further discussion with no opportunity for public comment except for the people that are already here, or if somebody wanted to spend the 3 hours to drive here to give that input. So we'd like you to be able to consider those concerns, make sure that you address them appropriately, and if there's any way, shape, or form that we as a sportsman community or the Colorado Wildlife Conservation Project can provide that information, we'd like to be able to have that discussion, but we don't think it's pertinent to be able to turn around and move forward, especially with the task at hand, what you're trying to accomplish, whether it's for economic reasons, management reasons, or otherwise. There's a little bit of a lack of transparency and accountability in our opinion. So we appreciate the opportunity. I would entertain any questions if you have any.
That
Seeing
does
no questions.
conclude our public comment.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that concludes that agenda item. We will now move into agenda item 15, and I'll call Terry Myers from Rocky Mountain Bighorn Society to come forward. Welcome, Terry.
Thank you, Chair May, Director Davis, Deputy Executive Director Mock, and Commissioners for this time on your very full agenda today. My name is Terry Myers. I'm Executive Director of the Rocky Mountain Bighorn Society. With me, I have Jeff Meese, who is the President of RMBS. The RMBS is a nonprofit bighorn sheep conservation organization based here in Colorado since 1975, with a mission to promote the science-based management of wild sheep, educate the public about their life and habitat, and support sportsmen's rights and proper opportunities. Today, I'm here to express our appreciation for our ongoing partnership with CPW through the Big Game Auction and Raffle License Program. I know that most of you are familiar with the license program, but I want to give you a brief background just in case. The Auction and Raffle License Program was created by the Colorado Legislature in 1989 with bighorn sheep and mountain goat licenses. RMBS was integral in the passage of that bill that created the program. The program has been modified and expanded over the years to what we currently have today. And right now there's one auction and one raffle license for each species, Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, Rocky Mountain goat, and moose. And there are 2 raffle and 2 auction licenses each for deer, elk, and pronghorn. Those licenses are distributed by the Commission to qualifying conservation organizations in Colorado through an RFP process each 5 years. Organizations selected for receiving licenses administer the auctions and raffles for those licenses. They return 75% of the revenue to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and they are able to retain 25% to cover the costs of the auctions and licenses and also to fund their own conservation projects in the state. The 75% that is returned to Colorado Parks and Wildlife is used by the Auction and Raffle Project Advisory Committee to fund management, research, habitat development, and education projects in the state. The Project Advisory Committee consists of representatives from CPW, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, and each conservation organization that obtains an auction or raffle license. The committee meets every May to evaluate projects and make funding recommendations for approval to Director Davis. RMBS currently receives 4 licenses in the auction and raffle program. Both auction and raffle bighorn sheep licenses, the raffle mountain goat license, and one of the 2 raffle pronghorn licenses. In the last decade, RMBS has raised nearly $3.6 million with the licenses we receive. To date, in calendar year 2023, the RMBS Board of Directors has directed over $323,000 to our own conservation projects here in the state. Today, I'm here to recognize our ongoing partnership with CPW by presenting Chair May and Director Davis with a check for 75% of our gross 2023 auction and raffle revenue in the amount of $439,518.75.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Okay, we'll move on. We will now be on agenda item 16, which is executive session, and I'll refer to Councilor Matter for direction on how we proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Heather, I forgot we have awards. At your discretion.
Thank you, Chairman May. We can wait until tomorrow or a subsequent meeting.
I think we're okay. It's up to you. I mean, we are a few minutes behind, but we can squeeze our working lunch into that. So if it's better for you, I think we should go ahead and do it. And we're already packing tomorrow pretty tight.
Okay, if you'll give me
If that
just a
works for
second.
you.
Yes,
Yeah.
thanks. So thank you, Chairman May. My name is Heather Disney Dugan. I'm the Deputy Director for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. It's a pleasure to be before all of you today. I am here to present an innovation award that Colorado Parks and Wildlife was presented with. And I'd like to have Katie Lanter come up as the representative for the group of people who were instrumental in this innovation. All right, so the National Association of State Park Directors is the equivalent to AFWA. And most recently, we met in September in State Line, Nevada for the annual conference. And one thing that is really important about this whole thing is we were pleasantly surprised that during the awards banquet that night, KCW was awarded the Innovation Award. And this is an award that recognizes projects that exemplify a best practice, exceptional problem solving, improved outdoor recreation opportunities, or enhanced cultural resources. And this project that was cited by CPW, I think, meets all of those criteria. I'd like to go ahead and list everyone on the KCW team that was a part of this process, and it was a monumental and heavy lift, and we're going to start seeing the fruits of their labor very soon. So first of all, the KCW team included Katie Lanter, Rebecca Farrell, Danielle Eisenhart, Scott Roush, Kirk Tecklitz, Brittany Earhart-Gemmel, Wayne Lewis, Debbie Leininger, Bridget O'Rourke, Mindy Blazer, Carol Bowser, Brad Gabrielski, Melissa Mills, Dan Finley, and Mike Lloyd, and not to mention all of the other people out on our boots on the ground that are helping to implement this too. So what I'd like to do is actually read a little bit about the award. So this says that this Innovation Award is presented to Colorado Parks and Wildlife, the Keep Colorado Wild Pass team, for their ability to work under tight deadlines in order to meet the implementation date of the KCW Pass, coordination skills in working with multiple agencies and groups to implement and market the pass, awareness and sensitivity to equity, diversity, and inclusion principles throughout the process, problem-solving skills when encountering numerous logistical concerns and considerations in launching the pass, and unwavering commitment and selfless teamwork to achieving the goals of Senate Bill 21-249.
Does anybody have anything you'd like to say in addition? That is pretty amazing, and that just happened how long ago, Heather?
It happened in September of this year.
Yeah, pretty amazing. So I would like to say congratulations to everybody that's involved in this, and I think it's a testament to the kind of staff that CPW has working for it. Director Davis.
There we go. All right. I'm going to apologize if I'm off in any sort of ceremonial process with what I'm going to do in the next 2 minutes here. But I've been here 6 months, so cut me some slack. I'd like to acknowledge just the fact that CPW and the work that we do and the type of people that are drawn to the agency and have a tendency to stick around for a really long time because it's really rewarding work. We have a lot of work to do to make sure we continue to recruit and retain outstanding employees to CPW. But we have a lot of folks that have worked here 30 years and beyond. And I'd like to acknowledge Heather Dugan, Disney Dugan, who has worked here for 30 years, and I'd like to give her her plaque at this time.
I think that completes that. Now we will refer to Councilor Matter for direction as we enter executive session. Still, I think we're
Trying
fighting
to tell me
each other.
something?
For some reason, I can't get yours on.
Yeah, we have a brief executive session scheduled for working lunch today. Colorado law requires all boards and commissions to receive periodic training about best practices concerning Open Records Act and Open Meetings Law and that sort of thing. So we're going to have a brief executive session over the lunch hour as authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Title 24, Article 6, Section 4023A2 to receive legal advice concerning compliance with House Bill 1198 regarding best practices for boards and commissions. And so with that, I would ask that you seek a motion to enter executive session for those purposes and conduct a roll call meeting or roll call vote.
Commissioner Skiba.
There's actually a procedural thing I'm going to check with on first. My recollection is we are going to have the opportunity to comment on some of the public comment we received at some point. Is that correct?
On which agenda item, Commissioner?
The earlier three individuals that came up.
I would say that was my fault that I closed that before I asked for comment. So.
And my part I could do later. I just wanted to be sure that was still my understanding.
Well, I'm sure tomorrow when we reopen this, I presume the comments you want to ask about were on today's agenda item 11?
Yes.
Well, we'll be back on that agenda tomorrow. But, I mean, we'll be back to that. You won't have the opportunity to ask the commenters.
Correct.
I guess, are they still here?
We don't need to do that
Okay.
now. I'm fine with that. I just wanted to be sure that that process was there. And with that, I would move that we move into executive session.
Just to address your concern, if you don't want to do executive session today and feel there's time better spent talking to people who are in the room, that's your prerogative. We can do training at some other time.
Commissioner Skiba, that was your question, so I'll defer to you.
I think we should move into the executive session.
Okay.
That would be my preference.
All right. So we have a motion. Is there a second to enter executive session? Commissioner Murphy, it's been moved and seconded. We enter executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
I need to do a roll call vote.
We'll do a roll call vote for the motion and second to enter executive session. Laura or Diana?
Bailey?
Yes.
Beaulieu?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
Murphy? Otero? Phillips?
Yes.
Reading? Skiba? Touchton? Vardy?
Yes.
Chair May?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we will prepare to enter into executive session. We'll do it as a working lunch, so everybody can grab their lunch, and we'll do it as we.
Lunch.
I think here. as will need to be recorded.
Lunch is in there, and they can bring it back out.
Just make this a little, so we're sitting here for the session. Can we set a time?
Oh, yes, yes, for sure. Please, Commissioner.
I think we're all set, Adam.